forth between the defenders.
Yeah, Madison Shields and Ali Mackay, they were just flying around the court, and we saw that they were throwing balls back at each other on one and on two, and both of them were going tit for tat with each other, and luckily for the Canadians, they came out on top.
So we've got the bronze medal and the gold medal matches coming up. What's your pick, fellas?
Well, personally, I think the Aussie girls are going to get the job done. They were dressed in gold. I think they'll take gold.
Yeah, well, I'm going for the Aussie double. Aussie to go on the top step in the men's, and then for Georgia and Jazz to follow up and take that gold as well.
Well, we've got so much action coming up. You can see there what we've got. It's going to be hot, hot, hot. It's starting to rain just a little bit, but that's okay. We love the weather here in Melbourne.
Yeah, I think the humidity is actually going to increase, Kerry. I think the cloud cover will stay and the sun will start to come through later on this afternoon, but the wind will come with it. We'll be expecting 30 knots this afternoon. It's going to be pretty blowy. So
yeah, well, we'll see you all at 12:30 for the bronze medal matches. We'll be back. It's going to be really good. Stay around. Welcome back to beautiful Geelong. We're here, we're about to start the bronze medal matches as we have a look over the lovely scenic landscape here in Victoria. Warming up right now, bronze medal matches. Kerry Potas here with you. Besides me, Max Gura. Max, bronze medal matches, the men, Australia, what do you think? Can they do it over Turkey?
Well, we've had two very strong semi-finals for both these guys so far, and I think going through it, I think Turkey have showed a little bit more, and so it's going to be a tough road for Australia to get this done.
And then we've got the women coming up after that. We've got Vanuatu after a very strong match against Australia. They couldn't quite take it out, and they're up against the USA. What do you think?
Yeah, USA just finishing up here in their semi-final against Canada, and I think they'll be having a fair bit of point to prove. So I'm going to be putting my money behind them.
Now the sun's come out. It's a little bit different for Victoria. Do you think it's going to have any effect on the players today?
No, I think throughout all the games and all the days so far in this tournament, we've had all sorts of weather, so I think by now the players are used to it.
Well, we're really looking forward to these matches. You can see the pathway that both the men and the women have taken. And it's going to be a fantastic afternoon of beach volleyball. The medals will be decided. Bronze medal matches coming up here in Geelong. The Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour Futures event. It's been a fantastic 4 days. We've got just a couple more matches left in us, but they're the best matches of the week. The bronze medal finals and the gold medal matches for both the men and the women. Greg Jury has the teams down on the court right now. Over to you, Greg.
Yeah, I'm with Juz Schumann. Juz, home turf, mate. It must feel fantastic that you get an opportunity to play off for a medal.
Yeah, pretty excited. I see a few of my mates have come down, which is really special for me, and hopefully we can get the win.
Now, the messages to home at the family, mate, is obviously the short been coming through thick and fast, wishing you well.
Yeah, mum's all over it. She's been texting me non-stop, and all my siblings, which is really nice, and my girlfriend. So,
have you heard from your brother at all?
Oh, yeah. He was on FaceTime the other day watching my games and yelling at me through the phone, I think. So,
well, that's awesome, mate. Hey, all the best out there today. Have some fun.
Thanks, Greg.
Good on you, mate.
Oh, fantastic. Well, it's just so special being at home and playing on home soil and having your family in the same time zone to be able to watch all the matches. And hello to Damien, his brother, Damien Schumann, of course, Commonwealth Games gold medalist. Justin is just walking in his footsteps.
All is in readiness.
Crowd is ready. The referees are on the stand.
Down on the court, and you're going to go crazy for them. But before we do like to acknowledge the wonderful officials that make our game possible. Can you please welcome to the stand and congratulate him on his appointment. First referee for this match, Mr. Derek Scales.
Derek Scales will be doing the main officiating from the
very
stand.
Competent partner, second referee from Australia, Mr. Sam Delaney.
Sam Delaney getting a round of applause from the crowd as well. It's great that the referees, they're so passionate. They absolutely love the game as well. Kerry Potas here with you by my side, Max Gura.
Athlete number 1 for Australia.
We are excited about welcoming out the Australians. And, of course, the team from Turkey.
Justin Schumann.
Justin Schumann and Garang and Yang. We'll talk a little bit about them as we go throughout the match. Unfortunately, losing the semi, finding themselves in this position. Last chance to get a medal. Here comes Turkey, Hasan Mermer, 29-year-old from Ankara. And behind him in defence, Safa Urlu's done a great job so far. Also 29 and also from Ankara.
Great first swing there from Safa Urlu. It's something that you don't see too often from him, is that, you know, real aggressive hard swing, but he does have it in there. He prefers to go that little bit softer, you know, 50% sort of swing.
Well, we saw that a lot too in the semi-final. Justin Schumann putting the ball up for his partner Garang to have a swing. Nice way to start. Always feels good when you get that first hit out. Aggressive serve.
Yeah, Garang coming out aggressive to start with that serve, you know, really giving it a good rip, and unfortunately just collecting a little bit too much of the net and redirecting that out of the court.
Garang again touching the net off the swing. Just ball flying out. 3-1 for Turkey. Australians definitely don't want this Turkish team to go ahead too quickly. It's going to be a lot harder to fight back.
It's a great swing there by Garang. Real aggressive against the block of Mermer, but just hard and fast down the line, just collecting the outside of the arm and tooling that out of court.
Justin Schumann with the serve. Tricky float. Garang now with an opportunity for Australia, and he takes it again through the block, just breaking the hands of Mermer.
Yeah, it's great to see this aggressiveness from Garang at the start of this bronze medal match, is really going after that block, and we're going to really need to see that continue on throughout this whole game now.
Great look, great shot from Turkey on the side switch. They go up by 1.
Thank you.
Players need to change in the correct order. They're not allowed to change on the same side, just in case they have a little shoulder bump or something as they go through. Interesting strategy from both these sides. Right now, Turkey looking like they're targeting the middle. This time, Justin gets a great pass off.
You're going to see Justin, if he's in that comfortable position with that pass, he's going to be trying to put Garang up on 2 as much as possible. And we've already seen it. There's about 3 2-ball attacks already from Garang, and he's killing them at a fantastic rate at the moment.
Well, it'd be telling to see if Turkey decide to serve more on Garang and take him on at the net. Try and block. That is yet to be decided. It's only early. These teams haven't played other than once in this event. They played each other, and Turkey were victorious in 2 sets.
With the block as well.
2 pretty good sets, 21-16, 21-19. They played in Pool D.
Leaned into the cross court at the last moment. Got a big piece of it.
That one just a little bit too tight. Coming off Mermer as judged by the referee.
So folks, the ball went out, no question about that. I cannot move. The conversation.
So you played the attacking ball and the ball went out. So that's what my decision, okay?
Last before it went out. Decision very clear.
Good sportsmanship from Mermer.
Yeah, just accepting the referee's point of view and their call, and loving having the microphone there as well.
Great block, Australia. Can they do something with this? Oh, the double So Australia get away a little bit with that. They had a couple of opportunities. Well, that's okay. A point is a point.
So a nice tight first set that we've got here at the start of this bronze medal match. 6 points all, and you know, the action is heating up on court and the sun is out and it is shining. You couldn't ask for much more.
Garang's had a piece of it. But you can't really control much for your elbow, can you? Hard to turn that in.
No, it's just potentially just a little bit earlier and being set, but a great swing by Turkey using the block of Garang.
Good up by the Aussies. Murmur now. Oh, just not in the right spot to hit that ball.
No, he's staying aggressive, but you know, falling away, and really, you know, it's a tough hit to try and get that one right into the baseline. As the two teams change ends of the court at 7-all.
We love a good competition. Although we would love to see Australia win, we'd also love to see a really tight match.
Wonderful roll shot.
So Urlu didn't see much of the serve in the semi-final, but he's been targeted now in this game. Do you think that his game obviously matches up better to Schumann and Garang?
Well, he, as we saw in the first point, he has that ability to really whip across and has some power behind that arm. But you're going to more see swings like he just had, where it's taken a little bit off and just really being super focused on where he's placing that ball. It's a nice little cheeky two-ball there that time by Garang. You can see Murmur was at the net with plenty of time, but did not respect the two-ball from Garang at all. And so Garang just said, thank you very much.
So no touch on the Aussie block. That bouncing off the net, going out. So a good point for the Aussies. 9 points all now in this match.
It's a great block there by Garang and Yang. Up nice and early, and just the slight shift of the arms as well across. He's going to love that, and he's going to be hoping that there's a few more to come.
Good vision from Urlu to place that one in the corner. So the score is 10-all. I think we're just stuck on the screen score.
Quickly. Yeah, go. Thanks, Guy.
Here we go.
I appreciate
10
that.
points apiece.
With the ball.
Safa Urlu on the baseline, looking for a defensive point. Gets a chance. Ooh, that was almost a double. Overset, saved. Oh, unlucky there for Australia.
Yeah, it was that little bit of confusion when Urlu's going up and has that fake air swing, and then, you know, Garang is sitting underneath that ball, and as you see someone swing above you, it can really throw you off. And then adding into the fact that the ball clipped the net on the way down, just wasn't able to get a solid enough pass on that to set it up for Justin Schumann there. But a good start by the Aussie boys, bouncing back from their disappointing semi-final result. They're right in it. It's only 10-11 here in this first technical timeout.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time between the semi-final and the bronze medal match to actually get over what's just happened. And like you said, they had a really tight semi that they went down. You could see and hear the disappointment in their faces. I think Garang especially. What do you do in that time between those two matches? What did you do, or what did your teammates do to try and refocus, reset?
What did I try to do, or what did I actually do?
What worked?
Because what did I do? Sometimes it was straight up just not talking to anyone and being a little bit sour, but working through it is you know, just having to quickly remind yourself that there's still a medal that you can go and win. it might not be the colour that you initially wanted, but you know, you still got something to play with, and there's only 2 times where you can finish the tournament on a win, and that's if you're going to win gold or win bronze.
Yeah, finishing 4th is not an option. Well, it does happen, obviously, but it's probably the worst position to finish.
Going for his serve again, I love that.
Good aggression from Australia on the serve. Garang just perhaps a little bit of inconsistency when he really winds up with power. Maybe that ball was, that serve error was still in his head.
Yeah, you could see what he was trying to do there, just play that ball down to the line, but just potentially waiting for it a bit long. And you can see, well, you've got the flags in the background. The wind has picked up a little bit from this morning as well. So I think we're going to see Garang continue to really go after those jump top spin serves as well, trying to utilise that wind.
Well, Erlu, he absolutely pounded that ball down into the sand, but in doing so, he went into the net. And that is not allowed. That is a great overhead pickup, and then just landing in the net a little bit too tight.
Bridge the gap a little bit. 12-13 now. Schumann with the ball.
Erlu out wide, and he does the same thing, but this time the set is perfect.
Yeah, Aussie's thinking that he was potentially going to go back to that cross court, but Erlu just backing himself in again, and this time with a little bit more space off the net and pounding that ball home.
Becomes 15-12, the overpass.
You're good, guys?
Counts on.
You're good?
The Aussies
Justin, you're good?
need something special here to stay in touch. But right now, Greg is in the stands with Caitlin Thwaites.
Yeah, Kez, I've got legend netballer Caitlin Thwaites with me right now, Commonwealth Games gold medalist, world champion, but she also wore the Australian jersey in volleyball for 30 times. Caitlin, great to have you down here.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I'm a new local to Geelong, so having this event here is pretty awesome.
Now, do you ever get itchy feet watching volleyball? Is it something like you're enjoying being a mother?
Oh, well, I'm enjoying being a mother, but yes, every now and then I do like to head back on the sand and just see if the skills are still there.
Awesome. Well, hey, it's great to have you as a local. Can't wait to see you in the local sands, mate. Welcome down.
Awesome, thank you.
Thanks, Greg, and thanks, Caitlin. Good to see you. Good to see former volleyball players coming out and supporting the future of the sport. 13-16 now. So, a little break for Australia.
Yeah, can you point at the line?
Challenge request has been made, and they're well entitled to do so.
So the players get 2 unsuccessful challenges per set. They can keep on challenging as long as they get it right. So just checking where that ball landed. Bit of discussion. Can't really see too much from our angle.
Then we got just the shake of the head. I think the ball is out and confirmed. So an unsuccessful challenge there this time by Safa Erlu and Turkey.
Turkey putting their hands up. Do you think they really meant it?
Yeah, I always find it interesting when players, they put their hands up if it's a hit like that or a serve that clips the net and goes over, just to apologise. But I know I used to do it when I was a junior, but never meant it. I was always very happy to win the point.
Red alert now in set number 1 for the Aussies because of 20 points to 14. Hassan Murma and Safa Erlu.
As we see Garang Angyang call a timeout and quickly make his way over to the bench, and Justin Schumann just making his way over now. Just a little bit to think about, trying to just figure things out, and they're hanging around. It's 15-17. They're right there with it. Oops, sorry.
I think the set score is just stuck on our screens. It's actually set point now for Turkey. So we'll confirm that in a moment.
Thank you for having us here.
One thing the Aussies, there we go, 2014 set point. Aussies really getting worked in the second part of this first set. They just have to let go of that feeling of loss or frustration and just play free.
Have some work to do.
They may not finish this set off, the Australians, but they've got the best of 3 sets, so they could push it to a third. Set point for Turkey. Oh, that's a cheeky serve.
Yeah, at least you're getting that one point out of the timeout. It's still 15 to 20 now. So there's still a lot of work to do here if they're going to try and pull this set out here. But even if they don't, the Aussie boys really need to build up this momentum and show something here and really make Turkey think a little bit more about what this game's going to give them.
Point number 2, Turkey.
And Yang trying to deliver with a big jump serve. Handled nicely that wide set. Murma gets the second swing. And for that, he gets the first set, 21-15 over the Aussies.
So Garang getting in some good positions and getting touches on his block so far, only with the 1 block for the game. The Turkey players are both doing really good of using and utilising that block of Garang as well, be it as a cover play like we just saw there and reusing the ball, or we've seen Safa Erlu as well just really go after that block of Garang, and Hassan Murma as well, just using it and tooling a lot of that block of Garang, where on the other side Murma's got 3 blocks now already just in the 1 set. So he's implementing himself a little bit more in the game so far, and is controlling the net just that a little bit more.
You can see Justin also just giving words of encouragement to Garang. Turkey perhaps feeling a little bit fresher. They've had 4 matches leading into this bronze medal match. Australia have had 6. They came through the qualifier.
And Australia, set number 2, Justin Schumann, Garang and Yang started this match needing to win 2 sets of volleyball to win the bronze.
Second set about to get underway.
Right now.
Australia serving, Justin Schumann on the baseline. Good read on the block. And again, that's the timing you're talking about.
There we go. Yeah, exactly. Garang was up nice and early. The position of his arms may have looked a little bit out of whack, but the fact that he was up there nice and early and sealed the net, that's the difference between those blocks going down and then being able to recycle it.
It's all about timing, isn't it, on the block? I mean, at 6'8", Max, you were one of the best blockers Australia's had. Height, positioning, timing. And it takes a while to get your timing on a new player too, because everybody's different.
Yeah, and especially when, like you have there, Murba runs around behind and, so just shifts the blocker a little bit as well, is being quick enough to move your feet across and still getting up into a good position where you can impact with your hands over across the net.
Up to a 2-1 lead.
So nothing in it in this second set. Murma with the serve. The indecision there from the Australians, wanting each other to do it.
You can see afterwards Garang just putting that hand up, and that was my ball, but it's a tough one when it just clips the net and then just drops right in the middle of the 2 players.
Schumann going behind this time. He's a little off the net. Erlo finds the line and gets the tag off the block as well. A little bit crisper, the play from Turkey right now.
Yeah, they've been in this sort of position and have played a lot of World Tour events together, and especially when you compare it then to the Aussies of Garang and Justin only having 11 and 14 tournaments in total, it's a lot harder to try and, know what to do. You gain a lot of experience just simply by being out there and playing games, playing tournaments on that World Tour, because as much as you play National Tour, the World Tour is a whole nother beast.
Absolutely, and you talked about how many matches they've played in total on the World Tour. They've only played 5 together on the World Tour, compared to Turkey, who've played 38 together on the World Tour. So that is a big difference in experience. Good read. Schumann tries to tool off the hands. Good cover from the Aussies. The ball's still in play. Turkey, I think it's not been touched.
I've called the point your way. I've called the point your way. You just need to actually give me... I was late. I'm sorry. It's on me. I was sorry. But yeah.
So you can see there, Derek Scales apologising for not being, not getting on that whistle earlier, but with the call of it being 2 contacts by Garang and Yang, there not being a touch off of the block there, if you were wondering what was happening there.
Back to back. Points to Team Turkey.
And that time, Hassan Murmur, just a great little reach in and really clamping over the top of Justin Schumann, gave him nowhere to go.
6 points to 3 now.
Well left, good eye from Garang and Yang. The Aussies have got a work to do. Their heads are down. It's not a great sign. They're not an overly emotional team at times, these two, the Aussies. So you might think that, they're in that kind of negative mindset, but they're just thinking. Nothing's happening quite right for them at the moment.
Yeah, Garang's getting in a lot of great positions, getting a lot of touch on ball, but he's just, a lot of those blocks just aren't going down. They're able to be recycled by Turkey, or he's creating touches for Justin and himself, but they're just not able to capitalise on it so far.
Great serve through the middle. Nice tight set. Good aggressive set from the Australians.
And Garang got up nice and high, and a great little turn line contact hit, and Safa early seeing that and seeing the open cross court of the other side of the net and taking full advantage.
Schumann now on the left side. Slides out nicely, so a little changer. Why not?
Yeah, potentially just see if Justin was ready and, focused on and ready to attack that ball, which we could see he was, and potentially just release Garang for a quick second and then try and get it back on him again.
Back to the service line.
Nice control, easy dig for Garang. Oh, what a block from Merman. He just pushes the ball so far, his hand so far over the net. Takes away so much of the angle.
Yeah, that's 5 blocks so far in this game for Hassan Merma, so he's doing a great job of really closing out a lot of angles and really stopping the hitters from going to where they want, and then follows it up with a beautiful serve, a very tough serve as well, floating away from Garang, heading towards that sideline.
Well, Garang's been moving closer and closer over to Schumann. He was just inviting Merma to serve that ball, and he did. So he's got to watch out for that now. 10-6 for Turkey, second set. Fantastic serving strategy, and right on point after the last serve. It really had in Yang's mind. He would have been thinking, that ball's going to my line, I've got to watch my line, and then all of a sudden it goes dead straight through the middle.
Yeah, and you could see the disappointment as well with Garang and Justin's face as that ball has gone through. They're trailing 6-11. It's going to be tough for them to come back here, but service errors like that will be handy, getting little cheap points, and it's kind of, they've got to do it now.
So knowing the strengths of the Australians' game, where can they make points now? Is it on the block? Is it in defence, on the serve? What would you put your money on?
Well, I reckon it's got to start with some tough aggression at the net. Great little throwdown block by Geelong there. But I think it's all going to start with their serve. They're going to, Geelong's been trying to go for his serves. A big key here is he's going to actually need to find it, and he's going to need to put these hard serves in that are going to put Turkey under pressure and really kind of break down that pass.
Well, that one not making it over, so the Australians all of a sudden, they look like they're coming back. 3 points in a row. 9 serving 11 now. Another point here will be just handy before they sit down for the technical timeout. Great court vision.
Yeah, that time early coming back around and seeing the early move by Justin down, trying to take away that line shot early, noticing it and just nice little play into the cut.
So as a blocker, if you've called line and your opponent hits a hard angle and your defender is running to the line shot and misses the hard angle, like what are you going to say to him? What do you turn around and say, where were you? What were you thinking? You have to stay on the same page, right?
Yeah, if that sort of thing happened, I would turn around and kind of would just give a look. It kind of just says, where you going? But then after, just try and be like, okay, like, what did you see? Like, and actually try to figure out why they thought he was going to go down the line. Is he actually showing something with his hand, and maybe that was just an outlier and decided to go and hit, or did he just go too early and telegraph it a little bit? But yeah, a lot of the times when you're blocking there and the ball's gone into your defender zone and they're not there, it could be a little bit frustrating.
Schumann pulled the ball up nicely. Garang couldn't finish it. Oh, wow, but Erlu can. That was a big hit.
Erlu taking the block on. What a wonderful arm swing that was. Fast and sharp. Point number 13 on the board.
Good athleticism from Australia.
Garang seeing the nice hard hit that Early had and then trying to just raise him one extra on that 2-ball there, really taking on the block of defensive opportunities for Australia.
Another point on the board and the ball back to Turkey. Point number 14 on the board.
Turkey are just making sure they're getting their points. Some players have no idea what the score is when they're out there. Other players are absolutely on it. If you don't flip that scoreboard over quick enough, they'll make sure they get their point.
It's not coming back. Tough serving again. Just handcuffing the Aussies right now.
Yeah, I was always one to... I needed to know everything, so I'll be keeping an eye on the scoreboards. I would be the player who would look forward in the draw to see who matchups were and everything. I know my teammates and coaches hated it. They thought it'd be a distraction, but for me, I needed to know every possibility.
Love it. Australia now just under too much pressure again. The small errors, the pass isn't quite there, the setting errors a little bit off, a little bit sometimes too tight. And so Australia now sit down and try and work out what they can do to salvage the second set.
The battle for the bronze continues after this break.
And sets like those where they're a little bit tired and, because Murmur has, he's sitting on those 5 blocks still, so he hasn't had any for a little bit, and it's a bit of a stretch for him saying how he started in that first set. But those blocks are sitting in the minds of Justin and Garang, and so as soon as that ball is getting in tight, they're trying to, as you can see there, avoid him a little bit, where the attacks that are working out for him, they're being super aggressive and just trying to blast through him. So they've got to refocus and almost remember those points, because it's a lot harder to remember the ones that you win. It's very easy to remember the ones where you've lost the point or you've been roofed out.
Well, it's so easy to be self-critical, isn't it? We're always trying to be better, so you remember those points. Some players have specific ways of trying to forget. They might clap their hands together loudly or wipe the sweat off their brow. bounce the ball on their hand.
Nice timeout call by the Aussies. Paying dividends, 12-16. Side change.
A little energy needed now on the side of the Australians. I'm sure Damien Schumann, Mrs. Schumann, girlfriend of Schumann, are all cheering loudly at their screens. What a hit. Absolutely nowhere to go, it seemed, but he found somewhere.
Yeah, Geelong just giving him that little bit of line, and Memo really went for it, and it was a great hard swing in the end. Great shot there by Geelong this time. Seeing that Memo this time gave him a whole lot of line, and Geelong, rather than trying to unleash on it, just took it for what it was and a nice little roll shot.
Solid serve taken nicely, and a solid block finally. Monster block for Australia. A few more of those, please. Garang and Yang, we love to see those hands reaching over the net. Let's have a look at this. Much better timing. 14 serving 17. Bouncing off the baseline.
That was clutch from Hassan.
Sometimes these guys in Turkey just look like they're going through the motions. That's okay. We're not getting too excited. We're not getting too frustrated. Very calm in their approach to the game.
Time a great swing again. Garang Yang being aggressive, going after that blocker zone this time, and getting up, getting it nice and high, and just putting it right through in between the hands of the blocker.
Oh, what a shame. Team Australia are going to be called for touching the net.
Yep, net touch there on Australia. Garang's asking, well, what did I do? How did I touch that net?
No, it was not. It was a good call by the second referee. Let's go resume play. Thank you.
Good try.
19-15 score.
4-point lead now for Turkey. We're just a couple of points away from this match. Tough serve. Good touch by Schumann on the block. Oh, Merman was just jumping up and down, up and down, up and down.
Yeah, there wasn't too many steps away from the net. It was just kind of land, turn, jump, land, jump. Great job there by Justin Schumann as well. Yes, it's very rare that you see him up at the net there, but it was a great little touch on it, just slowing it down enough for Garang Yang to get there.
The left hand through the goalpost. 16 now, serving 19. Oh, the stuff down, the weight on the block works this time.
Garang just noticing there that that set was pulling off a little bit, and Safa earlier has lost that ability off that set to actually be able to speed up and really snap that ball across. So a great option by him to just wait that little bit of a half second, knowing that it's going to be a shot, completely correct, and throwing that down, which has forced Turkey into taking a timeout. They've still got their lead, 19-17, but the Aussies aren't out of it. They're not done yet.
We talked about the experience of the Turkey team. This is their 38th event together on the World Tour. And of course that doesn't count for all the National Tour events, the European Tour events, all sorts of different tour events that these guys have played in the many seasons that they've been around. Their best finish, Turkey, so far is a 5th. So already they have bettered that. And they're looking pretty good now for a bronze medal, but Australia's still got something left in them. A few more of those will do.
Geelong has actually come up and tied it up with Merba now. They're both sitting on 5 blocks for the game.
Good swing from Erlu out wide. And now Turkey have
Bronze medal point. Can I get a
match
slow
point.
hand, please, Geelong?
Confirming that score.
For the bronze.
20 points to 18 for Turkey. Ooh.
Challenge. He needs to get his steps up.
Not just yet, but calling an immediate challenge just to check. It's worth it just to have a look. And
Geelong saying it's well out, bro. I know every grain of sand on this beach.
I love the way Geelong was just walking with Merma then, just kind of being in his way. So he couldn't see what was going on.
The ball was out. All right.
Saved a match point. And there it is.
Bronze medalist in purple from Turkey.
Turkey bronze medalists here at the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour Futures event in Geelong, Australia. Wonderful performance by Safa Erlu and Hassan Merma. The number 5 seeds bettering their best ever result with a bronze medal. And commiserations to Australia, well fought out. Justin Schumann and Garang Anyang, having come through the qualifier, seeded number 12 into the tournament. They played a lot of matches, but they did well. We're going to hear from the winners down on the sand with Greg.
Congratulations, guys. Your first ever medal, it must feel fantastic for both of you.
We are very happy. It was a nice game. We are very happy, that's all. Yeah.
That's awesome. Hassan, tell me a bit, mate, this, mate. Blocking pressure, fantastic. Team combination, you must be proud.
I think so. I feel I play great. I did a lot of block. Thank you very much. I am so happy.
Thanks.
Thank you, Australia.
Good on you, guys. How good's that? Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Turkey. We absolutely loved your expression and the way you played. Hassan Merma and Safa Erlu, we'll see them on the podium at the presentations at the end of today. Justin Schumann and Garang Anyang, well, we say goodbye to them with a fourth place finish. That's still pretty good.
yeah, it's their career best result as well. You know, they had previously had a 5th place in the Cook Islands in 2020, so it'd been a little while, but coming out, getting into that semi-final, getting, you know, unfortunately not being able to get that bronze medal, but still having this sort of tournament and playing as well as they did in front of a home crowd. You know, it's hard to be disappointed afterwards. They might need a little bit of time to, you know, come down from it, but when they look back at it, they'll be pretty happy with how they played overall.
Well, coming all this way from Turkey, I'll be pretty proud to go home. Very happy, and as Merma said, he played good. Did some good blocks.
They did indeed. He really cemented himself into the game early in that first set. 3 blocks straight away, and you know, it was really tough to play against him.
Well, that's it for the men's bronze medal match. Now, coming up next, we have the women Vanuatu against the USA. The USA have had, what, an hour and a half break since their semi-final. They'll be probably still warm. Vanuatu had a chance to sit down and rest. Is that going to do them well? Who will take out the bronze? We will see shortly after this break. beautiful Victoria. We're here in Geelong. Futures event on the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour. Kerry Potthast here with you with the legend, Max Gura. We've had a fun couple of days calling these matches. We've seen some great play as you're getting to see a great part of the world. The beaches, the bay. The food is wonderful here. There's so much to do. There's wineries, golf courses, scenery that you won't see anywhere else in the world. And of course, some incredible beach volleyball. We just saw Turkey take out the bronze medal. Coming up next, the women's bronze medal match. The USA in the red tops, currently having a swing. And Vanuatu in the purple. Going through their last few warm-up matches, warm-up routines. How long did you warm up for before big matches, Max? Especially if you've already played the semis in the morning. Assuming you were in some semis, right?
Yes, no, I did make a few, but when playing a few games like this, and especially for the Americans, they've played one game today, but they've played I think this was like their 7th or 8th game almost. Like, they've played a lot of games. They've come through the qualifier, so when warming up like that, you probably don't need as much time. So it's probably only like half an hour to go through, as we're currently seeing Vanuatu with Lottie Jo and Linlina Matuatu, who are on here as well. So they had a little bit more time to break in between the games. So potentially taking a little bit more time to warm up, but they also had a shorter game as well.
Well, this is going to be an interesting matchup. These teams haven't played each other before. First meeting between them. USA, well, they haven't actually been on the World Tour for very long. This is in fact their first event, testing the waters. Vanuatu, well, they've played 6 events together. Linley Matuatu, number 2 there on the screen. She is the most experienced player out there with 10 seasons. And there's just a bit of footage from their semi-final. They went down to Australia's Georgia Johnson and Jasmine Fleming. They fought pretty hard at times too, Max. They definitely have the skills. They have a different type of game to the Americans. There's a lot of defense going to be going on again in this match, I'm feeling.
Yeah, they worked really hard to come back there in that second set against Jasmine Fleming and Georgia Johnson. After the Australians were looking kind of on top of things and looking like they might end up rolling through, they really fought back and really pressured the Australians in, and ended up going down 19-21 in that second set. But they showed a lot of pressure, and they didn't make it easy for two women who have a bit of height on them as well. Where we've now got Madison Shields and Delaney Peronich, with Delaney currently on screen. Another team that have come up against some taller blockers, and have really done well with playing the ball around and really utilising all of the court, and especially Madison Shields. She's been flying around the backcourt, this whole tournament.
Well, I'm predicting some long rallies between these two teams. It's kind of what you don't want in beach volleyball. We love to watch it as spectators, as commentators. We love to call it. So exciting. But as players, you just want to pass, set, hit, finish the rally so you can have a rest.
Yeah, it's really taxing on the legs and the lungs when you're having to just go through and, multiple crosses of the net, and it really gasses you out very quickly.
Well, Greg, what are your thoughts? You're down there on the sand. You're closer to the athletes. What do you think of this one coming up?
Look, I think this is going to be a very strong defensive game. A couple of human bobcats on either side. They dig absolutely everything. So I think we're up for a 3-setter. I think it's going to be a super, super tight battle.
So the sun's out now, but there's a bit of wind that's picked up. Which end of the court would you say is the more favourable end?
Yeah, I'd say the VIP side would be the definitely favoured end at the moment. Coming from the southwest, it's about 20 knots at the moment, but definitely building to about 30 later on today. So, yeah, without a doubt, VIP side will be the strongest side.
Thanks, Greg. Well, that's really good information. It's difficult sometimes to tell because with the stands being up, the wind is sometimes blocked. So the VIP side is the bottom of our screen. So we may see more points being made on that side, or we may not. Look, just as I say that, all the flags just drop dead. Greg, you've got USA with you now. What are their thoughts?
Delaney, exciting opportunity here. Bronze medal game, first ever medal, FIVB. You must be excited about it.
Oh, we're very excited. We're here to compete.
That's awesome. And nerves, are they in check? You feeling pretty good?
Yeah, feeling very good, actually. A little fired up after the last match. So, yeah.
And what does this mean to you to win this game? Like, how much would it, the feeling that you'll get, you think, if you take this out?
I think we'll just be very proud of ourselves. We know we can do it, and it would just be proof.
Awesome, mate. Well, good luck out there and have some fun.
Thank you.
Well, they came here to Australia in Vanuatu with him on the sand. Greg.
You now, Lynn, you also, this is an unbelievable opportunity, a medal. You must be excited about that.
Yes, thank you. We're really excited. And this is the first time we play again, like we play together. So it's really good, and we're excited to play for bronze medal.
All the best to you.
Thank
Hope
you.
you have a great game and enjoy yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. 32 years old from Port Vila, playing with her 26-year-old partner. Lynn's had 10 seasons on the World Tour. Her partner, Lottie Jo's, had 7 seasons, but like she said, this is the first time they've played together here in Australia. Everybody is all smiles in the warm-up. 44 teams started this event, Max. We've had 6 countries today on Super Sunday. It's pretty good variety. It's not all just Australians. In the past, we've seen a lot of just all Americans or all Brazilians on the World Tour podiums, but now we're seeing teams from all over the world win medals.
Yeah, it's great representation that we've had, you know, with all the countries that have made their way down under, and also just the teams that have made it through to this final day as well. You've got, you know, even when you have people like the Americans here, you know, it's their first time actually make it onto the Beach Pro Tour, you know, coming through the collegiate system, and it's such a great way for them to come out and, you know, play 8 games in Australia, and so they're definitely getting their money's worth for the flight, and so I'm really looking forward to this game and just seeing how these two teams match up against each other.
Well, it actually reminds me of a women's team that came down to Australia and played in Coolangatta a couple of years ago, and that was Kristen Nuss and her partner Taryn Cloth, and now they are one of the top teams in the world. They are winning everything. They're dominating in the Elite 16, and they really started off that kind of journey on the World Tour down here in Australia.
Yeah, no, that was my final home tournament as well when that all happened, and yeah, no, it was amazing to see a team come through the qualifier, go all the way through, and it really drove home that a lot of times seedings aren't always exactly correct.
Well, you've got to start somewhere, and starting up on the stand refereeing today, Bert Lukic from Australia.
Second referee, the wonderful Mr. Aaron Cray.
And Aaron Cray, also from Australia, down on the sand.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to introduce the real athletes to the court. Firstly, they came out of the qualification process. They were seeded 16, and here they are with a chance to get on the podium. The team from the United States of America. Please go crazy and welcome the court athlete number 1, Madison Shields.
Madison, a 23-year-old from El Dorado Hills in California, 5'7", first season, first event. Together with Delaney Peronich, who do most of the blocking, 24-year-old from Half Moon Bay in California, at 5'9".
from Vanuatu. Can you please welcome the wonderful Lottie Joe?
Lottie Joe, the 26-year-old, 5'7", wonderful defender. And Linley Matuatu, the 32-year-old from Portavilla, 5'7". So we don't have the big blockers out here in this match. This is going to be a game of skill. This is going to be a game of a lot of touches, probably a lot of rallies. Let's see who has the confidence, the aggression, who has what it takes to go out and take this bronze medal home. Bronze medal match underway for the women here in Geelong. First point goes to Vanuatu in the purple tops against the United States.
Delaney just putting a little bit too much on that play there and pushing that ball out by a fair way, and then that time not able to control that serve there from Matuatu, just shanking that off into the VIP area.
The best thing both teams can do is put the service pressure on, keep the spikers off the net, which will enable them to play defence, which is definitely the strong suit, both these teams.
Beautiful.
A great little baby knuckle just over the block of Delaney Perinic there, just into the open court and into the clean sand.
Lottie Joe with the ball.
Good touch. So that'll be a reminder to Shields that she's got a good defender on the other side. She's going to have to make sure those are nice and precise. Nice swing, Lin Lin.
Another point on the board. Strong start by our number 8 seeds.
Double call there from Shields. Delaney will go again. And here those long rallies, lots of defence. Lin Lin wants to finish that off. Cannot get past Shields in the backcourt. But Shields gets an opportunity and puts it away.
And as you said, Kerry, you thought we were going to see a fair few long rallies, and I don't think you're going to be wrong with that call at all. Nice little long rally there for the girls, and it's going to be hard for them. You know, 8 games for the Americans, and 6 now for the Vanuatu team. There's a lot of K's in these legs already.
Oh, beautiful shot, Lin Lin. That is all experience from Vanuatu. Did you do any of those, Max, in your time? Rainbow shots at 6'8". Did you need to use that shot?
No, I don't think I ever needed to. I think I tried a couple times and it never worked, and got a stern look or a stern word from partner or a coach, so it was never again.
Wow, the effort from these ladies. And we're only in to the first part of this. And right now, Vanuatu, the little bit of extra rest perhaps that they've had is doing them well. They're up by 3, 6 points to 3. Good save off the net. Perinic. Perfect hit.
Yeah, the gap was only down the middle of the court, and Perinic with a nice little swing. Pretty well 50-50, nailing that middle in between the two Vanuatu players.
Great deep serve. Wow, that one finding the baseline. Again, we're seeing the blockers not even bothering to block, just coming off the net every single time. It's going to start taking its toll on those legs, as you said.
Back to that points for Lottie. At the net.
Love that strategy, really moving Delaney Perinic around. They know that she has just worked hard and that she's going to have to continue to work hard because she's running to the net, bringing her short and then deep.
Tough serving from Lynn as well.
Yeah, some great tough serves there again. This time just copping the side of Delaney's arms there and, just going out and, with that little bit of wind as well, just constantly pulling that ball further and further away from Shields.
9-4 now.
Excellent response.
Couldn't quite get there, running on the spot a bit, Lin before she got moving. Good work by Delaney Perinic. Wow, she's doing the work. Can she last? If she gets served every single ball, it's really going to push her to her physical limits, I would think. So Madison Shields is going to have to take over and find some points to help her out. 5 serving 9. That was nicely disguised.
Wasn't it just a nice little cheeky over the shoulder bump over the net? Shields wasn't ready for it that time, but now that that's happened, should we really keep an eye on it and making sure that there's not going to be another one that gets down on her side of the court?
It's good to do those sorts of things at the beginning of a match or the beginning of a set and then just not pull them out again, because you just want it to work one time, like you said, and be in the minds of your opponent. It's when you pull them out on match point and they don't work, then you just want to go home and crawl under a rock.
With the response from Lottie. Just as good.
That's the drawback of having both of these blockers just continually drop off the net, is if they're not stopped and they're not stationary early enough, that short ball is just going to win every time because the blocker's weight's all going backwards and they don't have a chance to turn back around.
With the response.
Well, successful side out for the USA. This time the block was up from Vanuatu.
Nice execution through the middle. Off you go.
Oh, it's the middle hit, it's the short play. They're just going to work each other out. Alternate whether to block, whether not to block. How to drop off the net too, because you don't always drop off in the same place, and you can drop off depending on what, on the players, on the position of the set.
Nice response.
Yeah, there's so many variables when it comes to how you want to defend as a dropping blocker, and it's something that you definitely have to be in complete communication with your defender. You both need to be on the same page, because the last thing you want to do is both end up defending the same part of the court and giving, half the court or more open.
Nice defense. Madison Shields have to defend again, but she can't. Vanuatu, a lovely lead in this first set, 13-8. They sit down for the technical timeout with best of 3 sets. Technical timeout happens towards the middle of each set when the scores add up to 21 points.
Just some great defense on offer so far. Vanuatu are so good overhand, and they're really dealing really well with USA's hits and keeping that ball alive no matter what. And that transition set by them, no matter where that dig has been so far, they've been doing a really good job of getting that ball onto the net. And with USA dropping off the net a lot in that block, it's giving these Vanuatu hitters a lot of the time an open net to hit against.
And they'd absolutely love that Sand is a little dry. The other day when it was raining so much, it was getting quite compacted and it was a bit easy to jump out of. People were getting some good height on their jumps. It's getting drier, which means it gets a little bit deeper. Slows the game down just a touch.
The legs are a little bit heavier, not as much energy as you do when you start off on the first day. So, you know, we know these players have really battled through to get here.
Line was the call. Greenwich powering it through the block. 9:13.
I have a feeling this one's going to go to 3. I'm going to call it now. I just feel like the USA are a little tired perhaps from their semi, but they'll find something. It's maybe a mental fatigue as well as a physical fatigue. Good touch again, defense. Making both teams move full court. Lin Lin now, the most experienced player, still can't get that one down. Oh, wonderful play from the USA.
I would be in a ball on that court right now, just absolutely trying to draw in any breath possible. I would be gassed, but these girls are still going strong, and another massive rally where both teams are just struggling to get it down against one another because their defensive touch is just so good.
There we go, quick rally. They'll be happy about that one. Just get it done so we can have that little break. We might start to see a bit of time wasting coming up as well as these players settle into this match. 10 serving 13.
Nice response from Lottie Joel.
It's a different play. I haven't seen that from Vanuatu.
Yeah, no, using that block that time, and you know, rather than trying to go over, just going a little bit harder and a little bit flatter. But we've seen, from USA's point, we've seen this in their semi-final as well. It took a little bit for them to warm up, and you know, from what we were seeing in that first set against Canada, it was looking like it was going to be rather a quick game. But in that second set, they really turned around and came up another gear, or if not 2. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can make this happen quicker in this game, and then try and you know, just get this done in 2 and pull out the win.
Good pass from Vanuatu. Great dig, Madison. And the touch to finish it off. Well, if there's no block and the set's 50-50, I'd be asking my teammate to just keep on setting that ball on the net. Give me every opportunity to just touch it down for the win.
USA now only behind by 1.
13 serving 14.
The service line.
Shields again on transition.
And
they level it up. 14 points apiece on the change.
Team USA have come back hard.
Doesn't seem to be any particular side that's more advantageous than the other.
No, it's not really a consistent wind at the moment. Every time we get this back of court vision, we see the, you know, the flags dropping in and out. So the wind isn't doing too much in terms of being advantageous or disadvantageous for any team currently.
That's the first time we've seen a joust by the 2 blockers. Very evenly matched. Bit of a giggle there from Perinic. Good to see, enjoying the point even though they lost it. Good up, Shields again. Just sending it back into the middle of the court, Shields. Perinic. Defense from Vanuatu, superb, and from the United States. Shots, the hard hits. Oh, it was all happening in the middle of the court, up close, and as soon as someone went deep, the set, well, was perfect.
Yeah, that time There've been some flatter hits towards Delaney as she was dropping off the net, and she was getting really nice overhead digs on it. And this time, you know, just going just that little bit higher, a little bit loopier, and just going over the top of her and finding that baseline very nicely.
It's a hard-fought point. Vanuatu up by 2. That one looking like it hit the corner. Everyone calling it out. So all of a sudden, after levelling it, Vanuatu back in front. The USA just switching sides quickly. Shields all the way from the baseline. Easily dug. And that's the one over. Perfect timing. Great read.
She won another long rally. She saw an opportunity to snuff it out.
As we just see the USA players just double checking the score and who's going back to serve. We'll have Madison Shields going back to serve. Currently, they're trailing 14 points to 18. They need to pull it back here now.
Good touches. What? How on earth did that one go? Vanuatu. USA, they've got to play deep. Oh, off the block. Hustle, hustle. Paid off.
Miracle somehow.
Even that touch from Delaney, you know, sitting right underneath that ball, and that knuckle coming straight down and somehow able to change the way that she was going to dig that ball to keep it alive.
Nice response though from Lottie Joe. Brings up point number 18. 18-16.
Well, they're still maintaining that small lead, Vanuatu, as we get ever so close to 21 points. Must win by 2. Good call.
Nice variation from Team USA.
And that time, that swing just going a little bit further towards the line. As you can see, the defence was set up a little bit more central, because that's where, you know, as you've pointed out previously, a lot of this play has been all into that middle of the court, and a great swing by Delaney there, just pulling that a little bit more towards that line.
As the ball.
USA looking to level up here, 17 serving 18. Oh, she had the call out of the net. It just didn't hit the net, unfortunately, in its place for it to be dug.
Yeah, it's one of those tough ones where you're just really not sure if it is going to collect the net at all. And even in that one, if it did touch the net, it was only going to be such a slight touch. It really wouldn't have deviated the ball at all.
Good defense again from Lin Lin. Oh my goodness, the USA couldn't keep it alive, but what great touches in defense.
The ball is spending hardly any time at all on the ground, because both of these teams are just throwing themselves around just to make sure the ball stays up. It's impressive to watch.
Set point now for Lin Lin and Lottie Joe. Swing dug. Chance here to finish it. Oh, and they've done it with the big swing. Lottie Joe takes it out. 21-17, first set of this bronze medal match here in Geelong. Well, that was hard. I'm tired just watching those rallies. Some crazy rallies, some fantastic defense.
Yeah, as you said, I was getting out of breath with some of those longer rallies as well. They were just going point after point, you know, net cross after net cross, and you know, both teams just refused to let that ball go down.
Greg, you have one of Australia's best beach volleyball event directors with you.
Yeah, I've got Trent Clark. Trent, tell me, mate, how long does it take you to set this event up, buddy?
Mate, took about 7 days to get everything put up together, but it's turned out a treat, so we're really proud and happy of how it's come together.
Now, how much sand is there, mate? How much ton did you drag in? And I know there's a lot.
There is, mate. We have a total of 664 tonne here on our sand pit on centre court. So, yeah, lots of sand.
One of the million-dollar questions is, where does the sand go, mate? Tell us about what you do with it.
Sand, we donate that back to a couple of local areas, and we've also got about half of that going on to Rippleside Beach just here next to centre court. So council are very happy with that.
Now, mate, how long does it take you to take it out? That's another thing people would want to know.
Absolutely, mate. It is a bit of a mission, but we should hopefully get it done within 4 to 5 days.
Wow, that's impressive stuff. Thanks, Trent.
Thank you, mate.
Well, it takes an absolute village, doesn't it, to set up these events. Futures event here, down under in Australia. A lot of sand needed. 21-17. Vanuatu loving the sand, that's for sure. And how wonderful that they can donate that back to the local community. And how wonderful that we have some Vanuatu fans cheering very loudly for those ladies. I'm sure they appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, I'm still just lost on the 656 tonnes of sand just on centre court alone. And as he said, it's awesome that they get to donate it back to a couple different places, you know, helping putting it down on Rippleside Beach. But I'm just wondering if I can, you know, slide my address in there, you know, just get a little bit of a donation for some sand.
Oh, you got room for a beach volleyball court?
Well, I've got a 40 by 60 horse arena that needs a fair bit of sand to go on it.
Well, with second set action here, women's bronze medal match. Vanuatu dominating in the first set. The USA wanting to fight back here. Great defensive up.
Lindley Vanuatu getting the ball back up and over the net, catching Team USA.
Just look that little bit fresher, Vanuatu, don't they? I mean, they haven't played as many games. They played 5 games coming into that compared to 7 from the USA. They had 3 wins, 2 losses. The USA had 5 wins and 2 losses. Vanuatu only played 2 sets in the wins they had and the losses. The USA had a couple of 3-setters in there. Definitely have played a lot more beach volleyball the last few days, the USA. And it does take its toll, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It's really tough, especially when you're playing out those 3-set matches. And I think sometimes the more 3-set matches you have, doesn't matter if, you know, you've played less games than the other team, those 3-set matches really take it out of you, even more so than just a full 2-set match, just because it's playing for so long and you're not really used to it as a player.
Good work from the team in red. And they're not giving up. We saw that in the semi-final after their first set loss. They came back and absolutely crushed the second set. Went down in the third in the semi, and that is why they're here, but they will not give up. And neither will Vanuatu.
Yeah, Vanuatu, after winning that first set, they know that all it takes is one more set and they've got that bronze medal hanging around their necks. So that's plenty motivation enough for them to just hang around and keep fighting alongside this American team.
Drop shot was excellent from Branich.
Shots from both teams have to be so perfect to get past the defense when there's no blocker. They just can't do anything average in that kind of... Every time we have the long rallies, we've talked about it, we can even see it when we get the long view of the court. The sand is messed up right, all in the middle of the court. We really need to get our teams to risk going to the lines. Branich again, risking the line, and it pays off.
So just after you've asked for it, there we go. Delaney delivers, puts that ball high and deep onto the baseline, forcing that time out there by Vanuatu. Then just reset and refocus a little. You know, USA have gotten out to this big 6-2 lead, and you know, Vanuatu really needing to turn it back around now and try and claw this scoreline back.
It's really taking time to rehydrate Saw the Vanuatu team having a bit of a banana just to get something in their system, some energy, some carbs. All sorts of fans here today. What a gorgeous dog. It's a oodle of some sort.
Yeah, just making sure he can get, you know, his best view standing up on the seats.
Players coming back out on the court. The USA finding something now, something a little bit crisper in this second set, 6-2. It's got to come, it's touched off the block. Everything happening again, short. Beautiful swing down the line, and that is the sort of play these teams need to make just to get past that defence.
Yeah, the defence is just too strong in the middle, and that's where these really long rallies are all coming from. But every time that these players are going for it and going more towards the sidelines and less through to the middle, they're winning the points really quickly.
Oh, risking the sideline. She thinks she's got it. Lottie Joe leaving that. So challenge being asked. The referee wants to go over, have a look, have a chat. Let's have a look here. Ooh, it looked out to me.
It is very close.
The whole ball's got to be out.
This is the longest time that we've seen a little bit of the deliberation between the head referee and the lines ref as well, though. So as we wait for just a couple more seconds to find out.
USA challenged. The ball was called out, so they have passed
Look at
one of their 2 challenges.
Calls the same.
Out is the call.
Challenge unsuccessful.
Scoreboard 6 over 3-7.
Good aggression from the US.
Yeah, Vanuatu just getting called out a little bit. Lottie Joe was only about halfway up to the net there, and so didn't really put any pressure on Delaney up at the net, and gave Lin the whole court basically she needed to defend.
Shields reading the play nicely. And finishing it nicely. Again, defence. It's not just the fact that the rallies are lasting long. It's the blockers having to pull off, come in, pull off, come in, pull off, come in. Like, there are so many kilometres being run by these ladies' legs. If you add it all up, it's almost a marathon. Today would be a marathon for sure.
I'd be very interested to see how it would go if they just committed to serve, take 2 steps in, and just roll the double defence from the start, seeing that that's where we're ending up a lot of times in these points. So I'd love to see one of the teams just try it for at least a point.
Well, they're free to do whatever they like, and it's the creativity of some teams that get them over the line, risking and trying new things. And as soon as that block goes up, well, it just takes so much of the court then for the defender to try and dig the ball. USA absolutely dominant now, 10 points to 4.
Yeah, exactly the same thing that we saw against Canada in their semi-final. With struggling, or looking like they were struggling to figure out the opposition, and then in that second set just coming out on fire and really dominating as they are right now, with another incredibly strong swing by Delaney Peronich into that cross court. And then it's going to be interesting to see, it's looking like they're going to take out this second set, and then they'll be hoping this time that they continue it on into the third set.
Well, that would definitely be in their minds.
No touch on the block, the ball didn't contact the American player before it went out.
Some low-flying planes checking out the action. You can hear them overhead. wanting to watch some of this bronze medal match. Beautiful swing from Lottie. What we may see as well is as they get more and more tired, they're going to block more because they just don't have the legs to come off the net. So that will change the game up a little as well. So it'll be interesting to see who adjusts to that perhaps if we do go to a third set. Good touch, good communication.
And as Madison said as well, all day, if they're going to keep giving you that, open front court, just keep going back there all day. Just drop it right short in front of them.
13-5 to the US. Nice play.
Starting to swing away cleanly again.
Vanuatu have just such a beautiful rhythm. They don't panic. They're strong athletes, fit athletes, and very skillful on the touch of the ball. And finally, Vanuatu take out the long rally yet again, with the planes absolutely causing havoc up above. They must be wondering, what is that noise?
We're just in our own little scene of Top Gun. We've got the planes and we've got the beach volleyball.
Love it.
There's no jeans in sight though currently.
Big swing taken nicely. Lin, can she do something with it? Oh, she just put it in the hands there. Delaney. Oh, I know what she was thinking. She just could not finish that off. So, technical timeout. We don't see this scoreline very often. 14-7 to the USA.
14-7 in the second.
All four of these ladies will be very, very happy to have a break right here.
Yeah, not only are they having these really long rallies and everything, but we've also had the weather just pick up as well. It's a lot warmer than it was this morning. So, it's just another little element that they've got to take into consideration here.
Absolutely. I don't think the sun's come out this nicely for the entire tournament. So a little bit of surprise here for the Americans. Hello, sunshine.
Thanks, ladies.
We're going to have a little break after the bronze medal match, and we'll be back this afternoon at 3:30 for our first gold medal match. Men up first, and we're going to finish off at 4:30 with the women's gold medal match. So stick around, come back, join us on SBS On Demand and the gold medal matches on SBS live here from Geelong. Great dig from Lottie Jo. Can't find the middle. Lin at the net, the big joust. Still in play. God, the arms are just going everywhere, digging these balls. Oh, wow, the US. Well fought point.
Yeah, coming straight out of that technical timeout. Both teams have just had a bit of time to catch their breath, and it is now immediately gone after another long rally.
Oh, another one-arm dig. Must have been touched on the block.
Wow.
Well, it seems like all four players have just sort of stepped up a level or started hitting harder. Shots were going everywhere, and now they're getting a little bit aggressive. They know how much this set means.
Yeah, everyone's really amped up that hitting, but the defense has not gone away. If anything, there's more touches that you're just watching in amazement as to how they're getting these balls up, hitting them so fast and just throwing an arm out or, hands above the head and just popping it up nicely for each other.
Great reflexes, that's for sure. 16-8 to the US. Second set Looks like we may be going to a third at this stage. Great court vision.
Summing things up beautifully. Both teams have spent a lot of petrol.
See, she looks about 3 times before she played, just to make sure the US player wasn't back in position.
Another point for Vanuatu.
Tired swing, that one, perhaps?
Yeah, that's the difference in just, you know, that ball not quite getting all the way in front of Delaney as she wanted and not finishing off the swing as well. You could see she just left her hand up there and didn't finish all the way down. So that's the difference in between that ball going down and then going long.
She just wanted a break so she can hit the next one even harder.
17 points now on the board for Team USA.
It's almost exactly the same as their semi-final, winning this second set so easily. That ball is in, though, for Vanuatu. Side switch. Vanuatu 6 points behind. Oh, it's hard, this one, because I feel like they've still got a chance to come back. They can just keep the ball, keep the sets close to the net, keep the error rate down. They can put the pressure on.
Here's Lottie Joe for Vanuatu.
And that's not going to help.
No, if you're going to try and come back down from 6 points and, you know, really try and give the USA a run for their money there, you need to make them play.
It's almost like you want to just give them a deep free ball, make sure. But at the same time, you have to risk, get some free points. Let's see. Lottie has a look. Get another chance. Lin this time. And that one just sailing out again. That one looked like it was in from our position, but
it was. It was in.
It was called out by the lines person. The referee overruled it. Great call.
Yeah, it was the strong call from Madison. Thinking that ball was going out, but just dropping in over the top of her, and Derek Scale was just overruling.
Back to back for Vanuatu, 13-18.
Well, this is something Vanuatu will need to keep in their mind. A couple of errors there from what is probably a very tired Delaney Perinic. She's been doing a lot of work, but she's still signing out well.
Getting ever so closer now, 19-13. Only a couple points away now from forcing that third set.
Well, bit of luck there for Vanuatu. They'll take it.
14-19. Team USA, one good action away from a set point though. What can Vanuatu do to close the gap? The time is now.
At what point, Max, do you start thinking about the third set?
Line over!
Round about now?
If I was out there and say I was USA, I would have been thinking about the third set in between the first and second set. Straight away, we're like, okay, well, we're going to 3 now. But it's the tough thing as being Shields and Perinic is trying not to think about that third set now that they are in that position to force it. They need to make sure that they get there first of all.
Well, the last thing they want to do is make a bunch of mistakes, make it even closer, and then just lose that kind of good run of momentum to take into the third as well. So it's an interesting time for both teams. Vanuatu seem to be a little bit better in the last few points. Let's see. USA have got a few opportunities here to finish this set. Well, they don't need to do anything. We're going to 3. 21-15 to Shields and Perinic in the second set. We asked for it, didn't we? We said, of course we want to see 3 sets. The players don't want to play 3 sets, but we want to see them.
And once again, it's just the Americans getting getting value for money now. You know, a few 3-setters now, 8 games. But as you said, now it's going to be the tough thing of you've done the work as the American team to come from that one set down. You've forced the third set, and it's a whole nother beast to now come back around and actually now perform in this third set. Unfortunately, it didn't go their way in the semi-final, so that will be in the back of their minds just that little bit. You know, they're not going to want to focus on it too much, but know that, you know, if they don't come out strong in this third set, it's going to be very hard for them to finish it off.
Well, it's a lesson, isn't it? And you know, it's not very often that you don't learn that lesson. We see the wind is picking up a little bit. Well, on the last shot, and now the wind's dropped in these replays. The wind's all over the place. We just don't know. This is Victoria, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been constant adjustment for all of these players, not just today, but throughout the whole tournament. We've given them every possible weather option that you could think of, really, in the lead up to this. So, you know, we're down for these two teams the last set of the tournament. So it doesn't matter how tired they are, they've got to throw it all out here right now.
Where are the fans of Vanuatu? My. Pick a team, make some noise, get involved, Geelong. The bronze medal match comes down to this.
Third set underway. Vanuatu with the first serve. Staying on Delaney Perinic and getting a good dig. Both teams just working that middle, but covering the middle brilliantly. That's a great point. Good vision.
Nerveless.
Yeah, just seeing there the block, or the dropping blocker there by Delaney, just going a little bit too deep for her to be able to cover that front court.
Here we go again, defense, but that one just sailing out, so uncharacteristic error for Vanuatu. They are often so errorless. It's all ones, one set apiece, 1 point apiece. Gosh, I love those when you're tired, you're in the third set. Oh, thank you very much for serving the ball into the net.
Yeah, it's always just a big sigh of relief and just a, thank God, be able to, you know, rest the legs just at least a little bit.
Easily read. Oh, it's short line for short line. Lindley just going up with a little bit more of a swing, selling that a bit better than the US. 3-1 to Vanuatu. Oh, change ends, 2-3, so might notice we're changing ends now. Every 5 points, we're only going to 15 in this third set. It's an express set all the way to the end. Within about 10 minutes, we will have a bronze medalist. And for pretty tired players, I would say. Lindley, no block. And there's the power.
No block there for Delaney as well, and this time she absolutely hammers it back down through to the cross court very nicely.
She gets set up nicely. She's got plenty of time just to wait. Makes the difference. And Lottie Jo changes up with the drop shot.
Just going back to the trusted craft.
Yeah, every time you know, Delaney's dropping, we just keep seeing those little drop shots, but this time, you know, going back to the line and playing around with that sideline a little bit, and it's a little bit different from what the Americans have seen previously.
Oh, mistake from Shields. Gives Vanuatu a free point. I'm pretty sure it was open there. It's a good choice, just unfortunately not executed as precisely. Big yell from Shields, just reminding Delaney to hit hard. The louder you yell no one, does that make the spiker hit it harder, do you reckon? If you just went no one.
I always thought that would be the case.
Yeah, it feels like
the
that.
louder I yelled at my teammate or they had me, or they were yelling at me, it just gave you a little bit extra.
Well, now the mistake from Vanuatu. So leveled up again, 5 points apiece. There is absolutely nothing in this. It's really the first team to 10 now.
5 points all. Nothing in this match between these two wonderful teams. Shields again for Team USA.
Good touch. Oh, just couldn't do enough with that.
Great effort by Shields to get out underneath that and keep that ball alive, at least for just that second longer. Unfortunately, Delaney just couldn't reach it enough to redirect that ball back into the court.
Well watched, Branch. Following it out down the sideline, making sure. 6 points apiece now.
So the culmination of 2 sets and half a third set. All those rallies just swirling in the minds of these players to determine what they're going to do to try and make a point. And how about an ace? That's a good time.
Such an aggressive serve as well. Hard and flat, and then adding into it down the line as well. Such a tough serve to execute and tough serve to pass.
Well, there's no sorry, not sorry on that occasion, which players sometimes do. It was just all sheer enjoyment for the USA. Now they lead 8-6.
There's a great response there by Vanuatu off of the dropping blocker again, and flatter, harder swing this time down the line and tagging that sideline as well. So close to not being in, but absolute nailed it on the line. As we change ends, Vanuatu were trailing 7 points to 8.
Good communication. Oh, both players are just sitting there waiting. Shields now with a swing. This could be a free ball for the US. Effort from both teams. Oh, that ball is in. What a rally.
The crowd loves that one as well. Yeah, one Lin shot there as well, but Lottie to save that ball and keep that ball alive. She ends up hugging the post as well there.
Good dig, Vanuatu. Oh, what a save, the US. It's still in. Oh, my goodness. That would have been the play of the day, surely, if that had gone in.
Oh, it is such a game to just ride on the emotions here. When we have that behind the court view, you can see the Vanuatu supporters who are back there. And just if you haven't noticed them yet, just keep an eye out for them. They're riding every contact of the play.
Up in the top right-hand corner of the screen they are. Good reach from Delaney. Using her high jump skills on that occasion.
Will be her partner. Madison Shields back to the surface line. Who gets to 10 first?
Floating around that ball. Shields, eagle eyes on that. Oh, nice power. And there they are, absolutely loving it.
Point to the USA.
We love to see it. We love to see the fans just really getting involved in the game and you're really riding the emotions just like these players are as well.
Well, they love the hit, but unfortunately Vanuatu touched the net on the follow through, so the point goes to the USA. They'll take it. Big swing and a big stare down after. Nice.
Yeah, just didn't touch it that time, and how dare you not come up and block me.
So, players switching again. 10 points all after that wonderful hit from Lottie Joe.
The bronze medal on the line.
It's all about staying confident and aggressive right now. That one taking the top of the block.
Yeah, sometimes there's that hit you could hear there after Delaney's landed from hitting that, just calling out touch, just because sometimes you're not really sure if the referees have seen it or not, so you're just wanting to make sure.
Beautiful. Side out for side out now.
Just keeps hitting high quality shots. 11 points apiece now. Delightful.
Shields getting an opportunity to side out and can't get it past Lottie Joe. Comes through with a big block in this third set.
12-11. Matuatu back to the service line again.
Well, the call was no one, but Lottie Joe was there and she made the block again. What a time to bring out those blocking hands, Vanuatu.
Absolutely clutch blocking there. You've been going side out for so long in this third set, and then all of a sudden 2 blocks in a row and Vanuatu leading 13 points to 11. Afterwards, you could see Madison just apologising to Delaney there, letting her know, my bad. There may have been a blocker there after all. That one's kind of on me. And they've immediately called that timeout. They need to come back, losing 2 points in a row, and Vanuatu now are only 2 points away from taking out this bronze medal match. So they've got to refocus and figure out how are we going to win this first, how are we going to win this side out, and then what are we going to do to try and claw back that extra point and try and push in front.
Just a reminder to everyone at home, Lottie Joe with the last 2 blocks. She is 5'7" or 170 centimetres. So if you're thinking that maybe you're too short to play volleyball, think again. We see some women on the World Tour now upwards of 6'5", which is pretty incredible. And it's a different level of the sport, but it doesn't mean you can't represent your country. It doesn't mean you can't play at your best. 13-11. Vanuatu.
Line over.
Perfect shot. Side change at 12-13.
That time, Delaney making sure that Lottie Joe was not going to get a touch on that at all, going nice and high over. Great line shot there, finding the sand as they change ends. USA trailing 12-13.
They will have a match point ball. 12-13, a match win point for USA.
Good decision, Vanuatu. And now they have, after all these rallies, after all these matches, after 4 days of competition, Vanuatu have a match point.
Hand, clap, Geelong, clap your hands. Keep it going for the bronze medal.
Here we go. Lin has to give a free ball. Chance here for Lottie Joe.
Behind you. No one!
That one touched. Oh, what an effort from the USA to save that.
Not the cleanest of contacts on that hit. Another little bit of a finger pop ball. You know, that contact just coming off of the fingers there of Delaney, but didn't matter. Going in, came off of the arms of Vanuatu, saved a match point.
Second opportunity here for Vanuatu. Good dig, USA. To go. Oh, and it's out. Vanuatu have done it. They've done it in 3. 15-13 in the third set. And wow, they're so happy. The emotions are running high. Lynn's so excited. And commiserations to the USA. Gee, they're fighters. And Madison Shields, she might think that was her fault, but she played an incredible tournament for the USA. Vanuatu, the number 8 seeds, victorious over the number 16 seeds, the USA, and they will go home to Porta Villa with a bronze medal. Wonderful, wonderful display. Lovely women. Great sportswomen. And they're down on the sand with Greg now to have a chat.
Lottie and Lynn, congratulations. What a terrific result for Vanuatu, a bronze medal in the Pro Beach Tour. You must be ecstatic.
Yes, thank you. And we're really happy because we never take a bronze medal on FIVB. So, yeah, we want to say thank you. And both of us, good communication, and yeah, we're proud.
Awesome. Hey, you must love having the home crowd here. So a big hello to the guys up there.
Yeah, we want to say thank you for the fans. Thank you for support.
Awesome. Now tell me a bit about your preparation into this event. I'm sure your coach Shannon Zunker was down here for a few days. So tell me a bit about the preparation to get you to the level today to get you that bronze medal.
Yeah, I think our coach is giving a lot of training to us to go out and give us the strategy to play in the bronze medal match.
Well, you did it, girls. Congratulations. It's a fantastic result.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So lovely to see these ladies. And what a wonderful way to take their first bronze medal. They really battled for that so hard, didn't they, Max?
Yeah, they did, and that's why you can see, you know, the emotion come out, just the long embrace with any new jewellery, but they'll be turning around and looking at it. It's a pretty decent first, Beach Pro Tour event for them.
And the 2-3 setters that they played in the semi-final and this final, well, you know, it could have gone either way. They just didn't have, I don't think it was physical, I just think it was maybe the emotional pressure for them in the end, just making a couple of clutch plays that they just perhaps hit an error off, or, you know, obviously the last play, but there were a few plays in there where they had opportunities. These ladies here, a little more experienced at this level. We're going to take a short break and we will be back to wrap this up, this bronze medal. Couple of matches. Kerry Pottas here with you, and Max Gurra will see you shortly. Well, what a wonderful couple of bronze medals matches we've had. We saw Australia valiant against Turkey. They couldn't get it done. Turkey too strong, too experienced, and too big at the net today. They took the bronze medal. I'll be taking that home. Very happy, Murma and Ulu. And then the women's bronze medal match. What a hard-fought match. So many incredible rallies as we're seeing here. All four ladies at their absolute best. And Vanuatu just that little bit stronger, that little bit more experienced right at the end of the match. Finishing it off. And they'll be taking their first ever FIVB medal home. Kerry Pottas here with you, Max Gura here with you. We have got a couple of fantastic matches coming up. 3:30 p.m, the men's gold medal match, Australia versus New Zealand. And then after that, the women's gold medal, Fleming and Johnson from Australia will take on Canada. Stay with us, we will be back shortly. everyone, wherever you are in the world, to the Beach Pro Tour, Volleyball World's best event here in Australia this year. We're in Geelong. What a shot over the courts. Looks absolutely amazing. The sun has come out to bless us, and we have Aussies in the final. My name is Kerry Potthast, and I'm here with legend Max Gura. What do you think? We've got Aussies up against other countries. Are we going to get the medals?
Yeah, so first of all, in that men's match, that warming up behind us, we have a Trans-Tasman clash. So we've got the Kiwis of Reid and McManaway going up Burnett and Pearce. We've already seen Reid and McManaway take out 2 Aussies on the way through to this game so far. So Burnett and Pearce have it up against them, but I'm backing them in to get it done.
Well, you can see what we've got coming up. Australia versus New Zealand, the men's gold medal match. And in the women, Australia versus Canada. What about Canada? Can they take out the medal, or will it be an Aussie gold for the women as well?
Yeah, so Ali and Katie from Canada had a great semi-final. They had to really fight through a 3-set match against the USA. And I reckon it's going to throw out some different things that Jasmine and Georgia have faced so far in this tournament.
Well, it's absolutely amazing. The stands are filling up. It's been all sorts of weather here, typical for Melbourne. But Team Australia has really come to the party, putting 2 teams into the final. And of course, these lads here, and especially this one here, Jack Pearce, what an amazing tournament he's had.
Yeah, Jack coming in and helping just fill the hole left by Chris McHugh, Paul Burnett's usual teammate. But Jack hasn't put a foot wrong. He's not playing like he has only played a few tournaments, and it's been their only tournament that Paul and Jack have played together. He's come out, he's hitting high, he's hitting aggressive, and it's fantastic to see.
Well, we're hoping they don't have too many nerves. New Zealand is really going to push them. It's going to be a tough game, perhaps another 3-setter.
Yeah, we've already seen a couple so far today, and Tom Reid has been cutting up a storm, and McManaway has been a big presence at the net, so it's going to be a fight all over the court, both at the net and in the sand.
Well, we're really looking forward to it. I hope you're all looking forward to it. We're going to go away for a quick break. We'll be back shortly.
Gold medal action here in Geelong doesn't get any more exciting. The toss has been made. We've had New Zealand win the toss, and they've chosen the VIP end to receive serve. The Aussies will be serving first. Over to you, Kerry and Max.
Thanks, Greg, and we're looking forward to his courtside reporting in this match. It's been fantastic the whole tournament. The players are ready. New Zealand looking very focused.
We do love to acknowledge our officials who make it all possible.
And we're about to introduce the referees for this game.
Get one more interview out of the way first, please.
Before we do that, Greg has the Aussies down there on the sand.
Jack, the big dance, mate. It doesn't get any more exciting than this.
First Super Sunday for at least the Futures, but yeah, it's rare for me to see a Sunday, so it's awesome to be here.
Cross the ditch rivalry, mate. Doesn't get any greater, doesn't it, against the Kiwis? So that's perfectly scripted for you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're a great team, and we're excited to play them.
All right, all the best here today, mate.
Thanks.
So good to see the youngster playing with who is possibly the elder statesman out there. Greg is going to grab one of the New Zealanders now. Tom is on the sand.
Tom, also, mate, how exciting for you, mate? Gold medal action.
Yeah, no, we're raring to go. We're super excited to get out on the court, and yeah, thanks for everyone for showing up, and hopefully we give you a good show.
Awesome, mate. Now, wind's picking up for you, bud. This is your wind. I know the serve is what you love, so this is built for you guys.
Yeah, no, we do like the wind. We try to play well in the wind, so I mean, we're excited. Yeah, serving is huge for us.
Awesome, mate. Well, all the best out there today. Have some fun.
Thanks. Thanks very much.
Great to hear from the players, but they can't really say very much because everybody's listening. They're not going to give away any tactics. But New Zealand, all smiles at the beginning of this game. As we get introduced to the referees, up on the top stand, Peter Boy from Australia. And Daniel Goodman, also from Australia, who'll be assisting Peter on the sand as the second referee.
From across the ditch, could you please welcome athlete number 1 for New Zealand, Thomas Reid.
Thomas Reid makes his way out onto the court, 27 years of age, 2 seasons, but 15 tournaments under his belt on the World Tour. And his partner, the big blocker, John McManaway, or Jack as everybody likes to call him, 22 years of age, born in England, now living in Taronga, 6'2". He'll be putting up the block to try and stop these two.
Athlete number 1, Paul Burnett.
Commonwealth Games gold medalist Paul Burnett, 25 years of age, born in Canada, living in Adelaide, 6'6". And his partner, Jack Pearce, 21 years of age, just 13 tournaments compared to Paul's 39, who will be leading his teammate. Jack Pearce has done an awful lot so far to get his team to this gold medal match. Max, predictions?
I reckon it's going to be a tough game here. There's no doubt about it. We've got the height and the athleticism of Burnett and Pearce, and we've got McManaway and Reid, who just have seemed to have the ball on a string for them, and they've been able to put the ball wherever they want. So it's going to be a real clash at the net and on the sand.
Gold medal match underway. New Zealand in the red strips, or the pink strips if you like. Australia in the blue. And with the first point, we were talking about at the beginning of this match, which is the better end, and it's the closest to the camera, the closest to us on the screen. New Zealand slightly better end, hitting into that little breeze. A couple of errors though, bit of nerves perhaps.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed so far that I don't think was there this morning is Tom has really touched up that upper lip and has really accentuated that moustache.
Well, 3 errors in a row for New Zealand. Maybe the moustache is not working for them at the moment. They won't be happy with that start. They've still got plenty of match left to come back. And away this time. It's blocked. Good touch from Reid. And this time, New Zealand, they get a point on the scoreboard.
Took him a little bit to go. Took him a little bit to get going there, but we know that these Kiwi boys, they can really string points together and they can blow out sets.
Burnett looking for a big swing to open his account. G does it nicely into that corner, doesn't he? Hits so high.
Yeah, if you were down on court side, you would see just how high he is reaching up alongside that antenna. It's so hard to defend against, both at the net trying to block it and with Tom Reid as well.
The Aussies know they have to go for their serves, as do New Zealand. We might see a few errors. They're just trying to put the pressure on each other. Australia up by 2. Nicely done by Australia.
Great start there for the Aussies. A 5-2 end to kick this gold medal match off. And another high attack there from Paul Burnett, just going off the top of the block of Jack McManaway and out of the court.
Australia now using that serve into the wind. Just putting too much on it. Just trying to settle into their power. McManaway using the floater. Wow, he finds that outside of the line.
Yeah, you could see that ball just floating around, moving around, and eventually dropping down right onto that line. And you saw Jack Pearce is also confirming, pointing down that, yep, I got it.
Goes for it again. Well left, gutsy, absolutely gutsy leave.
6-4. McManaway going back to the well.
6-4 for Australia now.
Aussie's not quite making their serve count at the moment. Tom Reed has the ball.
Reed from New Zealand, looking to put the Australians in a position to play defence. But too good. Jack Pearce out wide.
Jack Pearce.
It's what we've been seeing so far throughout this tournament is when Jack is attacking at his best, he is up nice and high, and blockers just haven't been able to stop him.
Beautiful touch.
Drop shot, McManaway. It's a play that do like the Kiwis. They'll set a lower ball, trying to speed up their offense. Catch the Australians out of position.
Good dig, Reed.
Cross.
Oh, just took on the defender, didn't he?
Yeah, really tried to put that ball through Jack Pearce's chest, and unfortunately for the Aussies, he just couldn't quite handle that enough for Paul to get a touch on it.
Jack McManaway, the Kiwi.
All level, 7 points apiece. The cogs turning there in Reed's mind, just looking down at the sand. You can tell he's thinking about what play is coming up next. McManaway. Wow, what a serve, and what a hit off two. And that one really clocking McManaway right in the face. Ouch.
Yeah, you could see Jack Pearce just checking in to see if he's okay. Just a little bit of friendliness through the net, but also deep inside, he'd be pretty happy with that one as well.
Well, that is the danger of being so tall. Getting your head above the net, getting in the way. All smiles though, McManaway. Perhaps it hit him in the temple, the harder part of the face. You definitely don't want that on the end of the nose. That would break those fine bones. Modelling career would be over.
But hasn't stopped him at all from a great swing there. Just backing it up with also going aggressive through Paul's block into that cross court.
Greg Jury is with Michael Suter, men's Volley-Roos coach. Let's have a word, see what he's got to say about this game.
Delightful for the young man from Australia, just taking all the pace
So you
off
give the guys leading into the game.
Yeah, I think it's the first final for both, for this pairing, for Jack internationally anyway. So it's like go out there, play their best volleyball, play within their strengths and not hesitating.
The encouraging words I heard you give the boys beforehand, very inspirational. Is it important to keep the boys up and about?
Yeah, I think sometimes it's just important to break it down and make it simple. Like just to remind them also why they're here, and like I said, it's the first final, so they are not often in this situation, so they also need to enjoy it and then go out there and bring the gold home, hopefully.
I asked Margot this question, how do your nerves hold up in this situation?
Often I look very calm, but I'm not, so inside me it's definitely some nerves going on, but can't do anything. I need to rely that the guys are doing a good job, so yeah, I hope they get the gold here.
All the best to you, Mike. Well done, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
It's so interesting to hear from the coaches how they prepare their teams. They don't like to give away too much because they know that this game will be watched afterwards, but it's nice to hear them remind their players to enjoy the game.
Yeah, sometimes you can get just swept up in the stress and the pressure of it, and you forget to enjoy it like Paul is currently. While we were talking to Michael, he already had one block, and there's his second, and that was definitely a big one.
Well, it sends them to the technical timeout with Australia leading by 3. Neither team has used their team timeout yet. New Zealand will be thinking, how do we get around Paul? Because right now, Paul Burnett has got all eyes on the attack. And having to do that attacking himself as well. Showing us those pearly whites. He is a dentist by trade, Dr. Burnett. Just taking some time off to represent Australia. Looking for a spot in the Olympics next year, 2024 in Paris.
Yeah, wouldn't it be funny to lie back in that dentist chair somewhere in SA and then all of a sudden you've got a Commonwealth Games gold medalist, giving your teeth a good clean.
Well, maybe all the future volleyaroos will start to go and see him so they can have a chat and find out how he's done it. Well, he didn't quite do it that time, but he was close and he knew it. Aussies have a good hold in this first set. Gold medal match. Nicely dug by Reid and finished off. McManaway.
Fantastic dig there by Thomas Reid. Absolutely wearing the full brunt of Burnett's hit and just popping that up nicely for Jack McManaway just to put it down.
11 serving 12. Burnett coming in hard and fast, not twice in a row. And look, to the people who perhaps are watching this and not that familiar with volleyball, the way Reid from New Zealand was just sitting in the pocket in that previous rally, you think there's a massive court. How does he know where that hit's going?
Yeah, well, a lot of it comes down to watching pre-game, a lot of footage and, a lot of time as well, when that defender is sitting in that cross court, they can see where that hitter is coming in, where that momentum is coming through. And with that hit in particular, all of Paul's body weight was going straight through Tom.
Nicely done, turned off the block of Burnett this time. Of course, we have expert comments from Max Gura. 10 years, from the age of 16 to 26. He played on the beach, Max. Bronze medal at the Asian Games. Top 10 in the world, under 19. So not too shabby a beach volleyball career.
Oh, it went all right.
We're very happy to have you here, helping out just with the analysis of this game right now. What do you see Australia is doing better than New Zealand?
Well, currently they're just really backing in their attack. It's great to see they're being super aggressive, and it's another thing here. Paul Burnett just really backing in that serve and creating the ace there. We've seen a couple blocks already with Paul, and McManaway hasn't quite got that influence yet at the net. And so we're going to have to see that coming along for New Zealand, for them to, close this gap and, really push the Aussies here.
16-12 on the side change. Got a hand on that again, so it's just playing in the head of Thomas Reid, isn't he? He's there every time.
Yeah, Paul's getting some solid contact on these blocks as well. Even when they're not going in, like we had just there, it's the fact that he's getting such a solid touch on it.
Great pass from Australia. And through the post. So McManaway unable to do the same thing back on Burnett. He's just firing on all cylinders now. New Zealand deciding that he's the one they want to try and get points off. Burnett's asking, why me?
Handling error from Tom Reid.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little switch up from New Zealand, where we got a timeout now with New Zealand taking a little break. They've seen enough. They're trailing 13-18. They need to have a little bit of a reset, refocus, and figure out what has been working against this block of Paul Burnett.
Well, the danger about making a switch now to Jack Pearce, perhaps, to side out is that Burnett's such a good two-ball hitter as well, and he's on fire that if Jack can, you know, if he does get served and he gets the passes up, Burnett's going to be there anyway. So it's a good sign for Australia, absolutely.
Yeah, occasionally you can just get, even if it is just 1 or 2 little points though, you know, flipping that serve and going onto the player who is you'd call the cold one, you know, hasn't been getting a lot of that ball, just potentially catching their focus lacking.
Outstanding, Geelong. New Zealand.
It's a great shot of the court from our drone. You can really see the wind keeping those flags up. And right now, New Zealand on the more favoured end, the better end. Couple of fast plays, good movement from Burnett.
Yeah, getting a lot of touch on both of those. Unfortunately for him, he just couldn't quite finish off and get fully penetrated over the net on that last block.
Here we go, Jack Pearce has a swing and has another swing. How high does he get? Second one.
Yeah, it's tough to land and then just immediately have to go back up again. It was a great spot by Tom Reed there, getting in the way of that spike, but couldn't control it enough.
Good up, Australia. That was nowhere set. Oh. Where did that come from?
Yeah, it was not something that we've seen from Jack a lot this tournament, is the cut shot. A lot of the time he's been using his height and putting everything deep, but it's good to know that he's got that in his bag, and we've got Paul Burnett and Jack Pearce have got set point and a lot of them in their pocket.
Oh, it didn't take more than one. 21-14. Australia take the first set over New Zealand in this gold medal match, and they are looking really solid. We are going to take a quick break. We will be back with you shortly.
Thanks, fellas.
Oh, Geelong, please put your hands together. Welcome back the athletes in the gold medal game. New Zealand's Thomas Reed and Jack McManaway up against the Aussie combination, Paul Burnett and Jack Pearce. Oh.
Welcome back to the men's gold medal match. We look over the top. Australia has one set in the bag up against New Zealand.
Setting up the second ball attack.
It's been such a wonderful tournament. We started off with 44 teams from 13 different countries. And this is our last match live here on SBS.
Good response.
Great little quick play there, this time by the Kiwis. Been talking about Paul getting a lot of touch on all of these blocks, but at least with this pace and pace change that the Kiwis are throwing out there, they're creating a lot of blocks and balls that are squeezing down in between Paul and that net.
Well, just continuing to use that block. And why they go back to serve, Greg has got our American friends down in the stands.
Yeah, I've got Delaney and Madison here. 4th place, a fantastic result, girls. You must be super proud.
As competitors, it's hard to get past not reaching the one place that we wanted. But yeah, I mean, we came all the way through the qualifier and we did a lot of good things while we were here, especially for how recently we started playing together.
Well, you look fantastic out there as a team. I mean, you must be proud about the combination that you've created here.
Yeah, I mean, we would never normally play together because we're both defenders, but I'm just grateful that Delaney was blocking and running up, so I really appreciate her for that, and she killed it, so yeah.
Awesome work. Now, your time in the Great Ocean Road, you had a good time when you travelled down there?
Yeah, we did. We were hopeful to see some kangaroos, and we did see one. Unfortunately, it was not alive.
It was roadkill,
but we're excited to spend the next few days here. Australia has been honestly great for us. We've met so many amazing people and seen so many great things. I'd love to stay longer, you know.
Well done, girls. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good to see the ladies all the way from the US enjoying this men's gold medal match. New Zealand up by 2 now in this second set. Getting a few points go their way. A mishandled touch by the Aussies, but picked up by a massive swing from Jack Pearce.
Yeah, and that serve from Tom Reed was floating all over the place, and you could just see it swirling around down to Jack, but it was beautifully passed.
Good choice to go sharp. Question for you, Max. Often in the past, it's been said that if somebody serves a big, hard jump serve at you, it makes you want to hit it back hard as opposed to a float serve. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think you're probably correct there, Kerry. If you have someone who can really unleash on a topspin serve on you, sometimes a little bit of there's that little voice in the back of your head that is just telling you to hit it back harder at them, and you kind of like show them, oh, I can do a little bit more than you.
Well, that really goes to show that you can make the other team do things. I mean, the way you set up your defence, the position of your serve. Let's see how the defence goes for the Aussies. Nice play from Jack, unable to keep it on the Australian side. Burnett. Oh, drilled down the line with absolute perfection.
Yeah, smart play as well, knowing that he didn't have to put everything into that swing as well. He had the dropping block of Jack McManaway, and just that soft little roll was always going to create issues for him.
Is that on the line? Yes, it is. Burnett is just racking up those aces now, putting so much pressure on New Zealand.
Split the Kiwis.
Again, just too good at the net.
Paul Burnett just really coming alive here in this gold medal match. As we see a timeout now by the Kiwis. The play of Paul Burnett just too much for him, and then they needed to take a little break.
Well, he's certainly stepped up in the semi-final. He made a few errors. The setting from his partner was a little bit too wide for him, so he flew a few out. He got blocked a little bit. And really, they haven't dropped a set until the semi-final this morning. That is Australia. They dropped a set to Turkey and had to go to 3, that they won the semi 15-13. New Zealand, well, they haven't dropped a set in their last 3 matches. They did lose a match. They lost to Turkey in Pool D during the tournament. That didn't matter. They played an extra match, and they are here in the gold medal match.
Excellent. Choice, I would say.
So we can see the players just going through a few of the little defensive structures that they're obviously wanting to play. You could see Jack throwing out some 2s and 1s, and so that would be referring to, what he wants Paul to block. Does he want him to block cross court, which is a 2, or line, which would be a 1?
Big swing, nice and deep. Reed had to reach to get that. Should go to Australia. Burnett, plenty of time to work out what he wants to do.
Some serious service power.
Just a great little cameo there by Jack Pearce as well. We've been talking a lot about Paul Burnett because New Zealand have been really going after him, and it's great to see Jack, when he has to go and get that point, he's going and taking them.
Well, again, Burnett had a bit of a cheer, looked up at the referee, said, oh, sorry, that was a bit loud, but I'm excited, he said. 9-4 now after winning the first set. Looking very good for Australia. Both players from Australia playing at their best. And that serve is in.
It's an ace for Australia.
Yeah, Paul just making sure there. Looked like there was a little bit of indecision from the refs, so he was chucking up that challenge just in case, but the Lions referees were all over it and letting Peter Bowie know that that serve was in, and it was a fantastic one at that.
Using the float serve with the wind behind him. Just making sure. And again, Burnett.
It's 5 blocks now for Paul in this game, along with his 3 aces as well. He is on fire right now. It's awesome to watch.
Doing it all by himself, it seems. Of course, he's not.
Nice response, McManaway. Gets one back. They needed that.
Well, McManaway had to find a way past that block. Really had to go fine down that line. So now New Zealand, can they get back into this set? Well, they can. That's a great serve right into that corner where the wind is blowing in. A lot of top spin.
Excellent composure.
A great way to see Reid going back there, backing it in and finding that baseline.
Same thing, not deep enough. Burnett able to get it, but Pearce called on a double hit. Handling error on the set. Judgment call. Kind of looked like he was going to argue, but then he decided, well, what's the point? And now they want a timeout.
It's a couple of handling calls already now for the Aussies, but it's not hurting them, which is the benefit for them currently. But just a nice little early timeout call there by Paul Burnett, potentially just sensing a little bit of frustration within himself and potentially partner as well, and just wanting to get rid of that straight away and not let this lead get any smaller, and if anything, they want to keep it growing.
Mark Nicolaides in the crowd there, enjoying this final. Unfortunately, he and his partner, Isaac Carraher, had to forfeit. A slight injury, they didn't want to make it worse. Players have to look after themselves. They are trying to qualify for the Olympics. They've got a lot of tournaments coming up still. They don't want to be injured at this point of the qualification period. Of course, the Olympics next year in Paris. Are you going to go, Max?
Well, previous teammates in Zach Schubert and Thomas Hodges, they're making it hard for me to say no, because they're a fair way up in that rankings, and at the base of the Eiffel Tower, how could you say no?
Ah, so you would go and watch. That's very cool. Big swing off the hands. Just too much power from Pearce.
And of course, got to say congratulations, Kerry, because you will, of course, be commentating at the Olympics as well.
Oh, very, very well taken, thanks. It's always a pleasure. I love the sport. Very passionate about this game. Well, the Kiwis, they're kind of in touch. 8-12 to me seems like you're almost still there. They've got half a set still to push back on Australia. Australia needing to hold the focus, though. Great pass by Paul Burnett. And a big swing again. Just too good.
Yeah, they are right there. It's 13-8 going into this technical timeout. So they've got that 5-point deficit that they've got to try and make up. So they'll be looking for a couple of cheap points, you know, potentially some service errors and, you know, hitting errors, and just trying to string some points together. But as we've seen so far in this game, they've been really few and far between from this combination of Paul Burnett and Jack Pearce.
We talk a lot about how well Paul's playing, you know, with his block, his serve, his side out, but Jack Pearce is giving him some great sets. He's putting him in a really good position to put the ball away.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to be that player who is kind of just almost along for the ride, because you're not getting the glory of the blocks or the aces or all of the the attack kills. But you know, at least like on the attacking side, they couldn't do it without you because you're having to set them up and you're putting them in that position to go and get that kill. So in the limited opportunity Jack has had, he's doing fantastic.
And in defence too, because he's not normally a defensive player. He's played a lot more at the net blocking. There he goes, getting a great touch on that ball. Just didn't get steady enough to put it away.
Yeah, it's that set potentially just looking like it was a little bit low for Jack. He's a high flyer, so once he got up there, ball was a little bit low and tried to do a bit too much with it.
Nice response, JP.
A great response there, following up from the error to then go over the top of the block and get the kill. All of the court he had to hit in and just said thank you very much and put a little bit extra zing on it as well.
Great dig. Oh, what a finish!
There we go. Now we see, you know, Jack getting a little bit more of the ball into attack, and he's putting a fair bit of energy into it, and you can hear the celebrations from Paul and Jack. They're loving this right now.
Big swing, Burnett. Comes off the net, gets a reasonably easy dig. Reed again looking for a point, but just can't get past the net. So 17-10 now for the Australians, absolutely racing away with this second set and perhaps this match.
Has all the freedom in the world from the baseline right now.
Burnett will bury this again into the wind. Does he get it? It bounces on the line. Wow.
18-10 on the ace.
Great serve to take the end change as well. 18-10 lead. They're going down to the unfavoured end, but with an 8-point lead, they're looking very strong right now, and that's 4 aces for Paul.
He switches to the float serve. The wind at his back. Wants to make sure again. Good touch. Here. Burnett on 2, squeaks it past, and Australia now have match point against New Zealand in this gold medal game. Best result for these boys as a team. Whoa, going for the ace. Beautifully handled. Oh, Reed says no, not just yet.
Reed sits the crowd down, literally. Crowd was on their feet for the match point and sat back down. But here we go, another match point.
Oh, excellent trial run, Geelong. Stunning serving, it should be said.
Mick Manaway just holding firm, a great serve, collecting the baseline for an ace.
Well, there it is.
Yeah, it was great to see just how much you could see that meant to Jack Pearce. You know, filling in for, as you said, Chris McHugh's shoes, did a pretty good job of filling them as well. You know, came out, that is by far his best result on a Beach Pro Tour event as well. He's had 5th a couple of times, and now to come out with a gold, fantastic result.
Well, Greg's got the gentleman down on the sand. Let's have a listen and see how they feel about that one.
Poor Jack, what a terrific result. What an unbelievable game. You guys are on fire. I'm a bit scared to stand this close. It was unbelievable.
Oh, mate, some days things just work out, and yeah, things were going really well for us today on all aspects of the game. So really happy to finish a tournament like that because it's not easy.
Yeah, no doubt. Jack, I mean, your first taste of this level, you must be absolutely over the moon, mate.
I mean, I'm unbelievably stoked, like, to win gold at home and having so many people come out watching and, you know, playing such an amazing game. Like, it's just an unbelievable feeling.
Now, talk to you about your serve, mate. Like, you were just on fire then. I think you picked up about 5 aces that game. That's pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a win there, so I thought I'd just use it, hit it and hope, and they seemed to work out today, and yeah, it made a big difference for us, for sure.
No worries. So what's next on the cards for you two now? Like, I know your partner's injured at the moment. Chris McHugh obviously injured at the moment. So what's the plan for the next few months for you guys?
I think Christmas comes first, so get a bit of time off, eat some food and relax a bit, and then, yeah, reset for next year. It's going to be another big year next year, so good to finish on a high, but, yeah, another big year coming.
Fantastic. Now, how about for you, Jack? What does Christmas look like for you, mate? Where's home for you at the moment? Obviously, you travel around a fair bit, so whereabouts are you heading off to?
So just heading back home to Adelaide. I'm just going to take a nice break and keep up with some conditioning and get ready for next year to come and tear it up again.
Do you get a couple of days now to be a tourist and go down the Great Ocean Road or anything like that, or you're straight on the plane on the way home tonight?
Yeah, flight tonight, and I think we got gym tomorrow, so it's not much break yet. But in a couple of weeks, we can kick the feet up and relax a bit.
Now, the New Zealand boys, they played terrific. Fantastic tournament for the guys. It would have been a worrying part of the game for you guys, playing against those guys who are playing really good standard beach volleyball.
Oh, yeah, we know they're an exceptional team, and we've seen them throughout this tournament. We kept an eye on them, and they were taking care of the opposition pretty comfortably. So, yeah, we definitely had some nerves going into the match, and we know their level can be really high, and thankfully we just had a bit of a better day today.
Awesome. Now you got Georgie, your girlfriend, on next, Georgia, so you must be sitting on the sidelines cheering her on.
Yes, the nerves are going to continue for another hour or so, but full confidence she can get it done and we can be on the top of the podium together.
Well, that's unbelievable. That's a terrific result, guys. Congratulations from all of us here in Geelong. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks so much.
Well, it's an Australian beach volleyball love story, isn't it, between Paul Burnett and Georgia. We'll see Georgia up next, but right now we're just revelling in the absolute glory of that match. You know, Jack Pearce, he's got such a great future in front of him. He's tall, he's fast, he plays the ball super well. You know, I've got to give kudos to him. Obviously, Paul led him like a star as well.
Yeah, such a tough thing to do, and I've said it a few times already, but to fill in that hole from a very experienced player like Chris McHugh and playing with an experienced player who's got a Commonwealth Games gold medal with Paul Burnett, to try and fill that spot, and you know the pressure that you put on yourself when you're in that position, and when you're in those tight games, you know, sometimes those thoughts can creep in like, am I going to be the one that loses it?
Yeah.
And am I the reason here, or am I the reason that, say, we lost the game there, or you know, would they have done it with their usual partner? But there was none of that for Jack this week, and it was fantastic to see. It's also Paul Burnett's first gold medal on the Pro Beach Tour as well. He's collected a couple of silvers and some bronze medals and everything with Chris McHugh, but great to see him finish off the collection of colours.
Well, it's love all around from us to them and to each other and between Paul and Georgia. It's fantastic to see the Australian flag flying. We are going for a quick break, and then we are back with the women's gold medal match. Welcome back, beach volleyball fans. The Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour here in lovely Geelong. We're getting some great pictures from our drones over the coastline and over the court. My name is Kerry Pothast. Co-commentator Max Skura We are here for the women's gold medal match. It is going to be Australia up against Canada. This is going to be an absolutely wonderful, hard-fought match because the semi-finals were tough for both teams. Canadians, they had to do it in 3. Fleming and Johnson, well, they had to do it over Vanuatu. They didn't go to 3, but they still had to perform. So Fleming and Johnson from Australia up against Ali and Katie from Canada. Max, predictions. Let's hear from you.
Well, we really saw in the semi-final with Canada came out strong. Great first set against the USA, and then potentially USA figuring them out a little bit, or kind of just taking the foot off the gas there because they dropped and lost that set by about 7 points. So it was a big turnaround for them. But then to come back in that third set and really just dominate from the start and make sure that they were getting into that gold medal match, it was really strong for them. Where for Johnson and Fleming, they've just been real consistent and strong throughout. We've seen some fantastic aggressive serving from Jasmine Fleming, killing it from the baseline with some jump topspin serves. And then when she isn't back there doing it, we've got the absolute demon floats coming from Georgia Johnson, the smiling assassin. So I'm gonna back in our Aussies here. We've already got one Australian team on the top step. I'm really hopeful for a second, but it's gonna be a tough slog for these two teams, whoever gets on top.
Well, Australia have done it in style to get through to the gold medal match. They have only dropped 1 set. That was in their first match against the USA, who ended up finishing 4th, losing in the bronze medal playoff. And that was a 16-14 third set, so very easily could have been a completely different tournament for Australia. But from then on, they beat Vanuatu, they beat New Zealand, and then they beat Vanuatu again in the semi-finals, and that's how they find themselves here. Canada, well, they lost their first match in their pool, so they had to play an extra one, and they have won since then. They've had 2 3-setters, semi-final, and before that, the round of 12 that they had to get through. And as you said, they've done a great job. So they've probably played another couple of hours of volleyball this weekend than the Aussies. But I was talking to that lady right there, Katie. She said, well, first of all, she said, are you pronouncing my name right? And I said, well, how about Watney? And she said, well, yep, that's good. So tick for us on that. And secondly, she's just having a really good time. You know, she just gets up there at the net. She loves playing with Ali, and she's all smiles. So very happy going into this final.
Yeah, there's nothing quite like beach volleyball that will bring people to countries that they might never have gone to. You know, it's a long trip for people in Canada and USA, and to come all the way over to, fly down under and see that we aren't just a bunch of actors, we do exist, to tie into that conspiracy theory. But of course, when you're going out there and the weather has really shown up for them as well for these gold medal games, the sun's out, there's not much that you can't have fun with.
Absolutely. And we've got Greg with some players in the crowd to have some fun with. Greg, who have you found?
I found a couple of the junior girls who play at the national level, and they've done very well in their career. But I want to ask them, who on court is your favourite player, girls?
Definitely Georgia Johnson.
Yeah, definitely Jasmine.
Georgia for sure.
Jasmine.
Well, they're all massive fans of these girls. They've watched them over the years. So it's great to see the fans that come to watch their favourite players come out here today in Geelong. It's a terrific opportunity for them to watch the best in Australia play.
It's a split decision between Jasmine and Georgia from the crowd.
How very political.
Yeah, maybe they worked that out before they came on air. But isn't it wonderful that having these world-class events in Australia, it's not just great for our players, our current players, it's great for the next crop of juniors that are coming through, and it's good to see the young Victorian girls coming to Geelong to experience this. We've had the young guys as well. We've had some of the development players actually help out, with the tournament on the lines and with the balls, so everybody's getting involved.
Yeah, when we've talked about big events coming up like 2032 Olympics, one of those players might not be on the court. They might be out there helping out, throwing the balls to the players or raking the court.
Absolutely. We're going to go to a quick break and we will be back shortly with all the action from the women's gold medal match. Welcome back, everybody, to beautiful Geelong. What a sight it is looking over the top of this stadium. It is the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour event. It's a futures event, which basically means these are the players of our future. We have the women's gold medal match for you. Australia versus Canada. Kerry Pottas here with you. Max Gura. Well, do you think the Canadians have a chance? Because we have a bit more experience on our side, the Aussies, but the Canadians, they've been pretty solid coming through the last couple of matches.
No, of course they have a chance. You know, as soon as you get your feet on the sand, you've got a chance to win. Anything can happen. You know, we've already seen the weather has come in, it's left, and that always equalises things as well. But it's all going to come down to which team is going to handle the pressure of the moment. Canada will actually have a bit of freedom that they're coming down. It's first time of being there. They can play pretty free and not really have anything to lose. We heard earlier in the day, Margot Wilson's the coach for the Australian girls, and they came with one solitary mission, and that was to win gold, which along with that comes its own pressure as well.
Well, I know what that feels like, winning gold on home soil. You can either freak out by it or you can just take it on the chin and you can just enjoy every single moment. We're hoping that the Aussies can do that right now. They are the #1 seed for this event. Canadians seeded #7, so already they have done a great job to find themselves in this gold medal match, which they were probably a little surprised by when they first landed in Australia. That they might be here, but they are here, and it's work to do. So Katie from Canada is with Greg right now. Let's have a listen and see what she's feeling.
Katie, exciting time for you now. First ever gold medal tournament for you for FIVB. You must be extremely excited by the opportunity.
Oh yeah, I'm pumped. I think just like I said earlier, to travel all this way and get to play every day out is awesome, and I'm excited to play against Georgia and Jazz.
Awesome, mate. Well, hey, all the best of luck out there today. Hope you go exceptionally well and have fun.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful ambassadors of the game of beach volleyball out of Canada. They're our friends, the Canadians, that is for sure. Wonderful ladies. And now Greg has Georgia Johnson from Australia.
Well, the secondary smiling assassin of the today's games. But Georgia, you're here. You were here on the weekend with the ABVT round 1. You must be absolutely, this is a big one for you.
Absolutely. As we said this morning, we're missing a gold in our collection for our futures tournaments. Luckily, we were able to get the gold last weekend, so we're looking for a back-to-back.
Awesome. Now tell me the feeling. Do you get a bit nervous? You must be excited because the fellow had a win, so...
Absolutely. Always good to see him win a game. But yeah, the crowd here is awesome, so we're feeling really energised, and yeah, always good playing at home.
Well, all the best of luck for you, mate.
Thank you so much.
Well, Australia have their fans. The split decision between Jasmine and Georgia. It's always very hard to do that interview just before the game. You don't want to give away anything. You don't want to let people know that you're nervous. You don't want to let your opposition know that you're nervous. Jasmine's looking pretty focused.
Yeah, my favourite pre-game interview so far has been a Hassan Murmur, where just straight out threw it out there, who said, "We will win."
That's all you really need to say, isn't it? We will win. So the officials just fist pumping, making sure they rev each other up. Great job from all the officials, all the court rakers, keeping the beautiful court nice and flat just for the players. You see they spend a lot of time underneath that net, keeping that flat, just making sure the players, when they're jumping, and they're not jumping into big divots, big holes, and also around the lines, so it's easy to see if those balls are in or out. First referee, Rebecca Felstark from Australia.
We do like to acknowledge our fantastic officials who make it all possible. Can you please congratulate on her appointment, first referee for the gold medal match. This is Rebecca Felstark.
Getting a nice introduction and clap from the crowd.
Second referee, please congratulate Mr. Kevin Newen.
Kevin Newen from Australia also helping out, assisting on the sand as the second referee. And here come the players.
The Commonwealth is humanly impossible, but we're so glad they're here. The number 7 seeds from Canada. Can you please welcome athlete number 1, the delightful Miss Ali McKay.
Ali McKay, super in defence, a 28-year-old, 5'5", a couple of seasons, but 10 tournaments under her belt on the World Tour. And of course, we heard from Katie. She is 30 years old, 2 seasons, 15 tournaments on the World Tour, the big blocker for Canada.
From Australia, please go very mental for Jasmine Fleming.
Jasmine Fleming, the big jump serving gun. I hope to see some of those points served up today. The 20-year-old from Brizzy and her partner, Georgia Johnson, 25 years of age. 5'11", 3 seasons, 20 tournaments. Both these ladies have played 11 events together. Australia, Canada have played 10 events together, so pretty similar in terms of experience.
Yeah, and the young girls from Australia, they've really been grinding their teeth and going out and travelling all the way around the world throughout the last 2 years and really getting deep into it.
Here we go.
Well, the first point is underway. Canada serving in the blue tops, the light blue tops. Australia in the purple. Great chase. And Katie, just unable to control that. So Australia take the first point in this gold medal match.
Some great hustle there by Katie Watney to get all the way from the net to lay out, get that dig up. If that's something what we're going to see in this game, it's going to be quite impressive.
Fleming from the baseline. Nice floater through the middle. Missing on that, maybe get those first few nerves and jitters and touches on the balls out in the first couple of points. Australia looking like they're wanting to target Watney. This time going in the opposite direction, same error almost.
You can see what Watney's wanted to do those last 2 hits. The first time wanting to hit the dropping block of Georgia Johnson, and that time seeing half the court open, but just that little bit off, can't quite find the court.
Again through the middle, Katie giving the setup for Ali. Nice touch from Fleming. Just too wide on that cut shot.
1-3, the first team to 21 points with a 2-point margin. Will win the first set.
These teams haven't played against each other before. It's good to hear the excitement of Katie saying that she's really looking forward to playing the Aussies. So these first few points really just testing each other out, taking a few risks on the serve, but Australia solid lead 4-1.
Massive block there by Jasmine Fleming, getting nice and high, blocking the way for Katie Wattenay, throwing it down with authority.
Perfect timing on the second ball. That's what blocking is all about, getting your timing right. Should be working out the timing at the beginning of this match. Good touch. And that ball just going out. So point going to Australia. And they're switching on a very nice, handy lead.
As we see Canada.
Contact, so it's out.
Okay, there we go. It's great to hear and have that microphone on that referee stand so we can understand what their thinking is behind that call. And so that's something that we wouldn't have been able to pick up, that the simultaneous contact. So awesome little vision and audio that we have there.
Johnson hitting into the wind side. Fleming with an opportunity.
That ball goes out.
Just a little soft hit there from Jasmine Fleming. I'd like to see her get really aggressive at the beginning. It's good to get aggressive at the beginning of the match, isn't it? So it's harder to kind of bring that later on. You want to start with that aggression, even if you make a little error here and there.
Yeah, just really try and imprint yourself in the game early.
Great serve, Canada. Alison McKay just drifting that ball to the other angle.
Asking questions.
This time working the middle. Forcing another error.
Yeah, the last few passes from the Australians just not looking quite in system, and as we've seen, a few errors now from Jasmine Fleming.
Mixing around, going to the left, going to the right of Fleming. And it takes 3 side outs, but Fleming finally puts that ball in the sand. So something to think about. She doesn't want to be dropping too many side outs in a row. Canada, they know what it's like to fight for this match. 7-4, Australia leading.
Excellent vision, excellent.
There we go, McKay just seeing just that little jump to the left from Fleming, and McKay noticing that, knowing that if she goes back across the court, there's no way that Fleming's going to be able to get that because she's in the middle of the air.
Bit of indecision from the Aussies. Fleming's on the net. Yes, she finds the line. Nice turn back.
Great little communication there as well by Georgia Johnson after that pass. There was the on-on call, letting her partner know, I'm going to put this up there. Get ready to go and attack this.
Works well for the Canadians on to
Watney for Canada.
After having three errors really right off of her hand from Watney, now all of a sudden she's finding that rhythm and she's able to find the court there on that 2-ball attack.
Talked about all the places that you play around the world. Just looking at Katie Watney's resume. Playing in Australia, obviously. She's played in Brazil and Canada, Greece, Italy, the Maldives, Mexico, Portugal, Qatar, Thailand, Turkey, and even the United Arab Emirates. Tournaments everywhere.
Good hustle, Canada.
So we have another error there from Jasmine Fleming, just not able to get on top and snap down on that bowl, just putting it long. We've now just got a 1-point deficit for the Canadians, 7-8.
Nicely taken through the middle. Johnson finds the line over the top.
Ball control by the Aussies.
Just a nice little turn back to the line from Georgia Johnson, just making sure that she's using every part of the court she can.
Maintaining that lead, 9-7. Oh, the dig out on 2 was hard to read. You almost thought she was going to dig it up to a partner on the set.
Yeah, it all started with a beautiful, aggressive serve there from Fleming, but Ali McKay, we've seen her do it a few times today as well, just throwing that ball over on 2 or on 1.
Big block.
What a block!
Yeah, great block there by Katie. Noticing that Georgia Johnson just pulled out wide from that set, and all that she really has is that cross court, and Watney doing a great job of closing off that angle.
Good communication, Australia.
10 points to 9.
So important, isn't it, as a setter, even if you're doing a back set, to just turn. Don't worry about where you've set the ball. Turn, have a look, and make that call.
Nice hustle, Canada.
It's a nice fast hand there from Katie Watney, just collecting the block of Jasmine Fleming, and just that slight deviation just throwing off Georgia Johnson, not able to get a touch on that. Tied up 10-all.
Mixing it up well, the Canadians. Ooh, that one just landing in for Canada. So they will sit down for the technical timeout. Both teams also have a timeout themselves. They haven't used that yet.
How's that from Canada? Australia leading by a few points pretty well through that whole beginning of the set, and just point by point just slowly bringing it back, and as they go down into the technical timeout break, all of a sudden they're leading 11-10.
They've used the variety in their attack. Played on 2, they've played around the block. Australia's not using the strength of their serve perhaps enough to put the pressure on the Canadians. Test their passing.
It is a great little tactic there by the Canadians as well. Just going a couple balls on each, going few on Jazz, few on Georgia. Not letting either of them get into a bit of a rhythm, and we've seen Katie Watney, at the start of the game, a few errors off her hand, but she's now really found the rhythm and she's found the court.
Great serve again from Canada. Such a tough serve to get that one short in the middle. Johnson this time has a good look.
Great shot line as well. You could hear the call there from Jazz Fleming, letting her partner know that the line was open, and Georgia took it. Katie Watney doing a late little drop, trying to take a baby cut shot, but didn't come.
Georgia Johnson first went out on the tour in 2014 in the junior rankings, and then didn't get back on the world tour until 2022. She's played a total of 20 events all up. Nicely done.
Yeah, Georgia just spending a little bit of time over in America in the college system, and just plying her trade there a little bit on the beach, and before making her way back to Australia and getting involved in the Junior Volleyball development program.
A little bit of a mix-up there in the attack. On purpose, though, from the Canadians. They get another opportunity. Handled nicely by Alison McKay. Wow.
Yeah, we saw a nice little quick play by the Canadians to start off that. It was a great defensive effort by Jazz Fleming to drop off and collect that overhead. And then Georgia Johnson laying it all out there, but just not quite enough.
hustling hard. Net touch from Canada, but it just looks like the Australians are struggling every time they're siding out. Their passing is not going where they want it. They're out of system. They're still managing to side out. They're staying with the Canadians. They just need to tidy that up a little bit.
And we haven't seen Jazz Fleming find her serve yet either. That's a couple service errors, not just into the net, but into the middle of the net. And with that wind in your face, that's usually when you should be trying to go a lot higher over the net than you usually would, backing in the fact that that wind is going to bring that ball back down.
Well, it is a confidence game. When everything feels good, you take those risks. And that's a confident line shot from Georgia.
Yeah, great pass from Georgia there. That you can see the difference where once those girls get that pass and everything is a bit more comfortable and in system in front of them, it's a great swing down the line there.
And it was so good, even before that ball dropped. Ali was telling her partner that was so good.
The most control, but she made that look very, very simple.
16 serving 14. That's better. Jazz contacting that much higher.
Yeah, we can see another really nice pass there from Georgia, keeping that ball in front and giving Jazz the opportunity to go up and hit that on two, and some great aggression, great height off that swing as well. And with a bit of authority as well, Georgia sitting right over the top of that and just throwing that back down into Watanabe's face.
Australia have played 11 events together on the tour. A couple of silver medals, as Georgia referred to in the intro. They want to turn that silver into gold. That'll help. And finally, Australia take the lead. 17-16.
Yeah, it may not have been the jump topspin serve that we really know Jazz Fleming for more so, but great hard float serve, and really it's just all about the position that she got that into, really making, you know, Canada have to lay out and try and take a pass from well out of their comfort zone.
Sometimes good to hear what's going on in the timeout. Can't get really a feel of what the Canadians are talking about. It sounds like a little bit of strategy, just reminding themselves what they need to do. Of course, each team comes in with a game plan. They'll have a plan A. Did you have a plan B, a C, a D, and an E, Max? Like, how far did you go into? Well, if this isn't working, we'll try that.
Well, usually there's a plan A and a plan B, and plan C was there is no plan C. It was figure it out.
Go back to plan A and do it better. Ooh, slow touch there from Jasmine. Same sort of touch. Not as good, though, for Ali. So Australia, they pick up another point, and now they've got that 2-point lead just when they need it. We're going to 21 points. Best of 3 sets. Australia fighting their way back to go up. Putting the pressure on Ali. Good block. Johnson. And again, this time tooled.
Watanabe that time just able to push that ball through the block of Johnson. But as you said, for the Aussies, on the in the lead at this end change, 18-17. And throughout their whole time of trying to fight back from that technical timeout, trailing 10 points to 11, they never looked really comfortable at all. But right at the end, when they need it, they've drawn the lead back again.
Great set from Georgia. Put away from Jasmine Fleming. She's leaving her best until the end, just like you said. She's probably thinking, finally, where has that been?
Yeah, and the great thing to see is even when she's getting put under pressure on those passes, and she's not getting it exactly where she wants, she's going back and attacking and getting some fantastic kills now.
Plenty of time for Johnson. This time again, the touch. Well done by putting that into the net. Oh, just missing.
It's a great effort by Johnson there, laying it all out of the line, putting that ball into the net so Jazz Fleming could have an easier opportunity to get that ball up, and unfortunately just putting a little bit too much on that knuckle shot.
Georgia Johnson now wanting to set this up for their first set point. They've got a couple of opportunities. One will be on the serve.
2 set points. Set point Australia.
So the thing you like to have is at least 2 set points in the bag, knowing that you can go back and be aggressive on this serve, and you at least have a side-out opportunity waiting.
Good effort, Canada.
19 points to 20.
Katie Watney just doing the job.
Remains for the Aussies.
Aussies with their second set point. Canada needing to claim this point to force this into extras.
Serve and a good pass. Nicely done, Jasmine Fleming. Australia take the first set, 21-19.
Touching you, but they want to hear your voice, Geelong. I think you know what happens next. Absolutely outstanding. We've got time for one more. Come on, Geelong, one more time. Here we go. What do you say? We love you, Geelong. Geelong, give it up for yourselves. You guys are beautiful. Second set ready to go, the gold medal match.
Welcome back to the beach here in Geelong. Beach Volleyball Pro Tour Futures event. Victoria, Australia. Australia have taken the first set 21-19 against Canada, and they've taken the first point in this second set. Couple of big swings from Georgia Johnson this first part of this second set, looking confident.
Yeah, Australia coming out strong, and going off of that first set, it's a bit of a skill to try and win games or win sets when you know that you're not playing your best, and winning ugly is definitely a skill, and it's something you take a lot of confidence from as well.
Line. Straight out back.
Australia looking for another point here. And Fleming does it with the high hard swing from the corner.
3-0, exactly like
It looks like these girls have taken that confidence of knowing that they didn't play their best in that first set, but were still able to work out the win that first set 21-19, and they're coming out with a lot of fire here.
All right, first point on the board for the Canadian
Looking to
combination.
serve that one on the better side into the wind. There's a little bit too much of a side play on that from Fleming. One serving 3. Best side out for a while, just really in control of the pass. Wonderful, faster set and an easy side out for Australia.
Yeah, we'd previously been seeing a lot of really quick and almost saving the point moments for these setters, where that one, Jasmine just had to take a couple steps in and put up a beautiful set for Georgia there.
Patience from Georgia Johnson. Just waiting for that second ball.
Absolute carbon copy of set number 1.
5-1 to Australia now, racing away again. This second set, just like they did in the first.
And a 6-1 end to start this second set of the gold medal match. Australia won the first and they're looking strong in the second here.
Well, don't count these ladies out just yet, the Canadians. They have had some 3-setters leading into this. And they would love to push this out to a third. They'll be looking for a crack in the focus of the Australians. That's a good point.
Good to see Watney backing in that 2-ball again. Having a couple errors on it, but having that confidence to go back, it's up there again, and to have a nice swing there.
Just rolling that off the side of her hand.
7-2.
Yeah, potentially just the real soft nature of that hit. Catching Watney just off a little bit and just not able to get a hand on it.
Good serve from Fleming out wide. Defense is there for Australia. At the point.
Jasmine Fleming will be loving that point there. A real tough dig as well. A great hit from Ali Mackay. Get that ball up and then to finish off with a nice aggressive hard swing down the line.
Good change up. Same player, but just different part of the court. But Ali Mackay, too good.
Well delivered. Point number 3.
Ali Mackay just seeing there that Fleming was just set right up in the middle of the court, so really she could have gone either line and probably would have had the point.
8-3, still leading Australia. Make that 9.
This time, all poise and placement. Point number 9.
Wind is picking up a little now. The cloud cover has come over a bit as well. It's not as warm as it has been the last few days. But at least it's not raining.
Yeah, when that sun has come out, it has really heated up a fair bit, but at the moment just clouds currently over, and as you said, that wind picked up a little bit, and potentially Georgia not recognising that, and that ball just sailing long.
A roving reporter was telling me earlier, Greg Jury, that there is a cloud. He showed me this tiny little dot on the weather map saying that this could be coming over the top of us. So I'm not sure, Greg. Look at the sunshine. It's beautiful.
Great officiating. Point to Canada on the side change. 5-9, an ace.
Canada behind by 4. They've definitely got the tools to get back into this set. Johnson wants it. Oh gosh, what a hit. Beautiful swing.
You can see why she wanted it as well if she had that sitting there. Beautiful, absolutely smashing that cross court in front of the block and defense. Canada just had no chance at touching that one.
Deep serve handled nicely by Ali. What a dig. Oh, Fleming, just a little bit too much.
Never say die attitude from the Aussies for Canada.
Love the effort though, the layout dig to then get up, and unfortunately you could just see just trying to put a little bit too much and putting that, you know, trying to tag that sideline where she had a fair bit of court to work with.
Alright, 11-6 now.
But a nice little free point given back to him with that service error.
Georgia back to the baseline.
Georgia Johnson moving to the side that is more favoured to serve into that wind, hoping to move the ball around. Good pass and a great second ball.
Yeah, when the wind is picking up, it's coming from that top left corner of the screen, and there's just that little gap in between the stands where the wind is just funneling nicely across the court.
Great reach, Johnson. She really had to go for that, didn't she? That was tight.
Yeah, and it's a fantastic effort as well by McKay. Just almost got there. Not quite enough of a touch on that one. But as you said, Georgia Johnson just reaching as high as she could to get a play on that ball.
12. Back to 4. 1 point out from the technical timeout for midpoint.
Canadians hanging in there. 8 serving 12. Another point here will be good for them before they sit down for the technical timeout. But it's not to be. It's going to Australia. They'll sit down 13 points to 8 in the technical timeout in this second set after winning the first.
Yeah, fantastic start to this second set here by the Aussies. We saw them start strong in that first set, but then that's when the Canadians start pulling back and really came back at them, and they were leading at that technical where Aussies this time, you know, potentially they talked about it in between the two sets that we started strong in that first set, but then we just lost it through the middle. Like, we can't afford to do that again. And we've seen a fantastic, or great start here where 13 to 8, 5-point lead, and now all they have to do, and it's one thing that their coach Margot Wiltons would have told them. She's told me plenty of times that I was playing that in this point, all you have to do is side out. You don't need to do anything too crazy. If you just side out every time, you're going to win.
So when you say side out, Max, and you're standing there, they're serving at you, are you thinking about the pass, or are you if they're serving you, are you thinking about the pass, or are you thinking about where you're going to hit the ball?
I'm thinking about how hard I'm going to hit that ball, to be honest.
Love it.
You should probably be thinking about how you're going to pass their serve, but I would always be thinking about, you know, just how hard am I going to hit this and how high is it going to bounce?
Well, the serve didn't have to be struck hard from Georgia. She just put it in a place that made it so difficult for Ali to pass. Talked about earlier, Georgia Johnson's float serve really moves around. Tough set now to deal with.
Great transition there by the Aussies. Georgia Johnson getting another kill there, just pushing that ball through the block of Watanabe, and leading 15 to 8 now.
It's looking pretty good for Australia now. Johnson just taking a big deep breath, making sure of this one. Good deep serve. Thank you for the net touch. Oh, and Johnson just putting too much on that.
Yeah, Johnson looking like she was potentially going for the kill off of that ball, trying to tag that baseline, but all she really needed to do was play the ball in and give the Canadians a chance and give Jazz a chance at the net to block them.
Good chase, but not good enough. Katie's there. She's such a good blocker. She doesn't seem that imposing, but she moves fast. She gets into a really good position.
Yeah, we haven't seen the block of Katie have too much effect so far in this game, but it is always there. And you know, as we see there, you know, Georgia just having to fix the visor and the glasses, because wouldn't they put that right back into her face?
Ali McKay really trying to unleash on that serve into the wind, just not getting the right hand contact. The faster you swing your arm, the more accurate you need to be when you contact that ball.
Fantastic serve there by Jasmine Fleming. She's looks like they're at the bad end, but potentially just holstering that jump topspin serve because she's having great effect with this float serve currently.
Thank you so much.
17-10 now to Australia. Another good serve and good communication from Canada.
Yeah, as we take another end change, the Aussies leading 17-11 in a very imposing position here in this second set. Canada have a lot of work to do. They're going to have to string together potentially a few aces and a few blocks against these Aussies to try and stop them.
What a fantastic view of the setup here in Geelong. We talked earlier to the event organiser, over 6 tonne of sand.
656 tonne
Sorry,
of sand.
6. I know there was a 6 in there, whether it was 2 or 3 6s. I don't know how many trucks that would be of sand. A lot.
Yeah, and as Trent Clark said, a lot of it is being donated to different organisations and being put back into the beach. So fantastic that they can find a way to reuse and recycle the sand.
Well, that one just going a little bit wide. They're not going to challenge it, but 19 now to Australia. Just a couple of points away from a gold medal. Can they do it? Can they go one up on the best, which has been 2 silvers in the past? Good effort from Katie at the net.
Not just yet, says Katie. Great turn line there on that 2-ball attack. Now we've got to see her really get over the net and impose herself and get a couple of blocks.
Easy pass for Jasmine Fleming. And an easy side out for Australia, bringing up match point. Gold medal almost there for Australia. They have 8 opportunities. They're on 20 to 12. Trying to serve it out, Jasmine Fleming. And she finds the line finally for the ace.
We'd been waiting all game for that serve. She'd been putting it into the net time and time again, and this time gets it higher across the net and tagging that baseline. She brought it out when she needed it.
Well, they are your gold medalists, ladies and gentlemen. Jasmine Fleming and Georgia Johnson from Australia, the #1 seeds, taking it out in 2 sets against Canada, the #7 seeds. Their best result so far on a world tour. It's going up to their coach, Margot Wiltons, whose partner, incidentally, coaches Georgia's boyfriend, Paul Burdett.
It's all just a little bit of a family affair here with Volleyball Australia. But it's great to see just the excitement that these players have, and you can really tell how much it means to them.
It certainly does. And it's wonderful for us to have international players and international coaches coming and helping our program. We send our players overseas internationally. We need that sort of exposure in the sport. So thank you very much to Ali and Katie for coming to Australia and doing such a wonderful job to get through to the final. Silver medal for Canada.
See just the smiling assassin there, Georgia Johnson, embracing her partner. They're both just absolutely loving it. And why wouldn't you? Home soil, finally getting onto that top step. They've, as they said in the pre-game interview, every colour of medal so far at the Futures events, and finally they've hit that gold.
Well, Greg has the winners. I'm not sure what they're going to unleash on you, Greg, but let's have a listen.
Well, I'm sure the girls, how excited you must be right now. The elusive gold, you finally got it.
Absolutely, and it makes it all the better that we're here on home soil. My parents over there, so exciting to get the win in front of them.
Oh, that's so great. And let's be honest about this. The way you played that last set, you must be really proud of yourselves because it was a full team team effort out there.
Absolutely. I think coming into it, I didn't think I was nervous, but I definitely was a little in the first. So it was nice to just get it done and then move on to the second and play strong, play our game, and yeah, come away with the win.
So let's talk about Geelong and Surf Coast. I mean, you must love this place. I mean, last year you had your 2 best results, and then you come here and you've won the Australian Tour event, and now you've won a Futures gold medal.
Absolutely. I think this area might be our good luck charm. So if we can have some more events here, that'd be awesome.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, from all of us, congratulations. We couldn't be more proud of the 2 of you. It's a fantastic result.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Mum and Dad at home. I love you.
Well, thank you very much to all the mums and dads of all the players who help them get out on the tour, who bring them up into this wonderful sport of beach volleyball. Gold to Australia, silver to Canada, and bronze to Vanuatu in the women's division. We're going to have the presentation soon. We're going to present the gold to Australia in the men, the silver to New Zealand, and the bronze to Turkey. We're going to be back in just a moment. Welcome back to what has been an absolutely sensational 4 days here in Geelong in Victoria. The Australian Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour event, the Futures event, the future stars of beach volleyball. What an amazing event. This is a fabulous picture, Max.
It is. It's awesome to have this drone up there and really just taking the grandeur of what these organisers have set up for us. You know, we're not on the beach, we're just off of it, and as we said earlier, 656 tonne of sand just in centre court alone.
Well, it's great to see, and we just thank everybody who's been involved in putting that together, especially the players. The gold medalists, the silver and bronze medalists, we're going to be presenting them to you shortly as we just take a look at the last few points of the women's gold medal match, in which Canada did a great job of pushing Australia. They were in the lead in that first set for a while. They had Australia on the ropes, but Australia came back and then just absolutely dominated the second set.
Yeah, didn't they? It was really tough for them in that middle of that first set. They just were winning. They were winning points. They were still trailing, but they were winning them very ugly. Nothing looked comfortable. Nothing was in rhythm, and they obviously took a lot of confidence from being able to turn around and still win that set, and knowing that they weren't on their best game, they weren't nailing those passes, and as we saw in that second set, everything else was just starting to fall into place, and that's why we saw that scoreline really just start to balloon out.
Well, it's amazing what a bit of confidence does, and this will give them confidence as they move ahead in next year's World Tour event and hopefully the Olympics in the future. Obviously, both Georgia and Jasmine are looking forward to perhaps representing Australia in the green and gold and at the Olympics in the future. We are going to go down on the sand for the presentations now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the closing and awards ceremonies of the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour Geelong Futures event for 2023, organised by Volleyball Australia. Thank you for joining us here in beautiful Geelong. To get things started this afternoon, I would like you all to please put your hands together and welcome out to the court the event volunteers. This group of amazing humans have been working tirelessly over the last few days to bring these matches together. Thank you to each and every one of you for your time and efforts. While our volunteers and officials are making their way out, I would ask you to keep all the applause going while we thank our fantastic sponsors, without whom this event would not be possible. We would like to make a special recognition to our major partners, Visit Victoria, Hancock Prospecting, and Scape Student Living. Now, I'd also like you to acknowledge all of our wonderful dignitaries for this afternoon. Please welcome Mayor Trent Sullivan, City of Greater Geelong. Anita Palm, Australian Beach Volleyball Olympian and Vice President of Volleyball Australia. Kim Brady, Volleyball Australia Board Member. Grant Hyde, Volleyball Australia Board Member. Mr. David Cox, FIVB Technical Delegate. And finally, Mr. Paul Smith, former Australian Olympic coach and National Performance Pathways Manager for Volleyball Australia. And last but not least, a special thank you to the FIVB Technical Delegate for this event, David Cox, and our referee coach, Darren Grimsey, for their support and hard work over the last 5 days of competition. Please come forward to receive a small gift on behalf of Volleyball Australia. Now please welcome out to the court the women's medalists for the 2023 Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour Geelong Futures. Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour Geelong Futures event for 2023 women's third place winner is Lottie Joe and Linlin Matuatu from Vanuatu. The third place awards will be presented by David Cox, accompanied by Grant Hyde. Presented by Anita Palm, accompanied by Paul Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour Geelong Futures event for 2023 women's champions from Australia are Georgia Johnson and Jasmine Fleming. Ladies, can I please ask you all to give these wonderful athletes one last round of applause while we ask them to descend the podium and welcome our men's teams out on a court. Ladies and gentlemen, Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour Geelong Futures event for 2023 men's third place winner is Hassan Murnama and Safa Odalu from Turkey. The third place awards will be presented by David Cox, accompanied by Mr. Grant Hyde. Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour Geelong Futures event for 2023 men's second place winner is Thomas Reid and Jack McManaway from New Zealand. The second place awards will be presented by Anita Palm, accompanied by Paul Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour Geelong Futures event for 2023 men's champions from Australia, Paul Burnett and Jack Pearce. Awards will be presented by Mayor Sullivan, accompanied by Kim Brady. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're able, please remain standing for the national anthem of Australia. Thank you to all of our VIPs. I would like to now welcome the women back out to the podium for a group photo with all of our VIPs. One last photo, everyone together, please. I'll encourage the VIPs back to the podium and the ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you your champions for Geelong, gold, silver and bronze. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our medalists. I would now strongly encourage the VIPs to return to the marquee for this next phase. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us this afternoon and for being part of this wonderful event here in Geelong. Until next time, we hope to see you on the sand, but until then, it's bye for now.
Well, how fantastic it is to see Australia on top of the podium in both the men's and the women's division here in Geelong. My name is Kerry Potter. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here this week. Have you enjoyed yourself, Max Gura?
It's been awesome. The weather has really turned up for the gold medal match and the sun is shining as we're seeing the celebrations and the classic champagne sprays. It's awesome to see, you know, and it's nice to see the athletes be able to let loose a little bit after a hard 4 days as well.
There is nothing worse than flying home on the plane stinking like champagne because you haven't had a chance to shower and the people next to you just staring at you thinking you're an alco. But they deserve a sip. All the players, gold for Australia in the women, silver for Canada, bronze to Vanuatu. In the men, gold for Australia, silver for New Zealand, and Turkey take home the bronze medal. We've loved this week, and wow, look at the sunshine. Well, Greg Jury, who's been the best roving reporter this week here in Geelong, has got two very special people with him.
Well, guys, you can't be more happy with a couple of you sharing the gold medal podium. How good does it feel?
Oh, so good. We've never shared the podium before, so it's pretty exciting. Nice when we get to play tournaments at the same place. So, yeah, stoked.
So bragging rights, you still have them because you won the Aussie Tour as well.
Absolutely.
Does that sit well with you, mate?
Well, I just took a few notes last week while she got it done, and then I thought I'll try and do the same this week, and she did it. She kept it going, and we managed to both get up there.
Awesome. Congratulations, you two.
Thank you so much.
Oh, so very sweet. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Volleyball World. Thank you to all the viewers on SBS On Demand and on SBS FIVB, all the officials, the volunteers, and of course, Max, you've been amazing. We're signing out for this year in Australia. We look forward to seeing you all next time.